what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that will bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place, rock this place, rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now. Are you ready?
corner where the big boys play.
Well, tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I will learn. And investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Hello, everyone. I, Sanchali Arora, welcome you all to day 6 of the 8th edition of the Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. Now, Edutainment Show Live 2020 is a 10-day education seminar with more than 150 industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars and panels and workshops every day. We have already hosted 7 seasons of this show, starting with the inception year 2013. Now, with participation from several renowned institutes and accomplished industry experts, we are proud to have guided lakhs of students through exciting career choices in the creative studies. Now, continuing with our endeavor and our tradition, this year we are hosting a virtual edition of the Edutainment Show from the 11th of June to the 20th of June. Now, simultaneously, alongside the show, we have an equally exciting virtual event which is happening. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. Now, what you need to do is register for the same. For that, we have a link. The URL is www.edutainmentshow.in. Once again, it is www.edutainmentshow.in. Now, friends, not only this, we have a super exciting giveaway. 3 lucky winners get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 each. Now, how do you do that? Very simple. You have to register to our 3D Virtual Expo, which I've already mentioned is on www.edutainmentshow.in. Log in to enter the Virtual Expo. Obviously, you need to visit the stalls. So visit the stalls, look for cookies in the documents section. Cookies, collect all 3 cookies and send the screenshots to us on the ID edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. Once again, edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And remember, once you're done with this, 3 lucky winners will be announced at the end of the day, and they will be winning Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 each. Well, with that overview, I think we are all set to begin with the first panel of the day. A very, very interesting topic, a topic which is very close to my heart, is the business of sports and sporting events. Now, over the past, I would say a decade or 10 years, sports as an industry, especially in India, has changed fundamentally. Today, sports is not just an active platform for marketing and creating branding opportunities for corporates investing in sports, but also creating values for fans all across. Sporting leagues in India and across the world have invited valuable support and presence of the corporate sector. These leagues have not only promoted sports like kabaddi, soccer, hockey in India, they have also created value for all stakeholders in the fraternity. All leagues have had varying levels of success in generating a fan base, inviting sponsorships, and ensuring the financial viability and profitability for the team promoters. In fact, fans in India also proved to be an interesting mix, with each being a loyal audience to a specific sport. However, the ongoing pandemic has, wreaked havoc on the worldwide sporting calendar. We know a lot of events have been cancelled or postponed. But having said that, it's time now to look into what the business is doing, how the events have been happening, and for that we have a very, very interesting panel. For the current and future prospects of the business of sports and sporting events, we have with us our moderator for the session, Pankaj Athavale, who's a sports broadcaster, podcaster, author, and archer. Nilesh Kulkarni, who's a panelist with us on this session, founder director, International Institute of Sports Management. Shaju Ignatius, founder, the Ignite Enterprise, experiential marketing specialist, and Radha Krishnan Srinivasan, who is a sports broadcaster. Now, with a full panel, it's time to hand over the session to, of course, our moderator, Mr. Pankaj, to kindly take it forward from here.
Thank you, Sanchali. Thank you very much. And hello, all who have joined in live in this wonderful show. So today's session, we have some very, very esteemed guests. It's a great pleasure and honor. Sanchali has introduced all of them. So Nilesh, RK, and Saju, a warm welcome to you on this session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi,
so I think, this is yes, hello everyone. It's a different experience altogether in a virtual manner that we are all connecting, because the show must go on. That's what it is said. So let's begin with this whole discussion. We have to sort of concentrate on the business of sports and sporting events, and what sort of career opportunities has it now come up with? What sort of requirements are there in the market? What does the market look for in terms of skill sets? That's what we have to tell all our friends who have joined in here. So probably, what I'll do is all three of you, if you could sort of just give me a brief from then and now. What has happened, how is the situation today, so that we can move ahead. So if I start with Shaju, Shaju, you have had over 2 decades of experience in events. You are a events guy. You really like to be there at that moment, create the entire beautiful scenario for everyone. So since 2008, the entire events industry has really, bloomed. It has blossomed and grown many folds. So how do you see the overall transition in the last 12 to 15 years as far as the event sector is concerned?
Thank you, Pankaj. Good afternoon, RK, Nilesh, and hellos to our wonderful audience there. Special love to all the students who are watching this. If I have to go back, actually, Pankaj, it goes back to 1995. If I flash back really to where my career started in events, when I joined Viscraft, it was Jan 95, way back. We were all doing events which were so-called, the start point, corporate events, parties, which went to concerts, right? In fact, we weren't called event managers. We were called party organizers, probably. And we learned along the way, on ground, right? But there came a few epic, iconic events, whether it's a Michael Jackson concert or then international events later, and then the awards happened. But being a passionate guy for sports, right from my school, college days, there was always love for sports. I would look out for sports events. And there were very few, by the way, in India, right? We were all exposed to international events like FIFA, Olympics, and so forth. But what he did get to do as a first set of exposure to events from an event management point was sports awards. I remember doing the C8 Cricket Rating Awards, which was a banquet hall event, very exciting. And we all love cricket and love sports person, right? And then we did a couple of other awards, like the Hero Sports Awards, Sara Sports. So there were a few brands who always backed up sporting stuff. But like you rightly pointed out, it was the 2006, 2008 time when actually sports came to be in a much more bigger manner, in a bigger fashion, more mass entertainment, right? Compared to cinema and musical events. And at that time, I remember, ceremonies started happening as well. And I was fortunate to be part of the Commonwealth Games ceremonies which happened in Delhi. I'd started my consultancy at that time, and my alma mater and my godfather Viraf kind of said, can you come on board and collaborate with us? We are ganging up the good old team. I spent 4 months in Delhi learning the absolute brass tacks of a ceremony, a large-scale ceremony on a global platform. And all of us who were there, right? I think we were about 200, 300 of us, apart from the rest of the staff. And we had an international specialist team who go ceremonies to ceremonies globally. The learning of that was immense. So it was all on ground. And I hope that's what we would all want to share in our institutes and, our learnings, that what can be learned in the classroom, which can be taken on ground. But having said that, and then the leagues happened, right? From the IPL to the ISL. And I was, again, fortunate enough to be consulting with Ambi Valley. So with a couple of friends, with Neeraj Sareen and, ace golfer Shiv Kapoor, we set up the first golf league in the country. It was a golf Premier League. So I kind of got a very interesting exposure from doing award events to the ceremonies, to setting up a league, to helping friends like John. John set up and owned the Northeast United. I was there with him in Guwahati for the first match, where he kind of asked me can we help out with an opening event for the match? So we set up a concert before the match in Guwahati. So yes, it's been an interesting transition from an event manager to actually trying to focus, can I do interesting stuff in sports? And today, I'm glad I can also collaborate with my friend Nilesh here, where we are setting up a PGP in sports event management, where we'd like to bring in the learnings which most of my friends from the industry have had, companies like Procam and Maximus and Viscraft and Encompass, where we'd like to give students the in-classroom learning as well as a certain exposure on ground as well.
Right. Amazing.
Did I take long?
No. Absolutely. It's well played. So now moving on to Nilesh, the kind of inputs that you has given, the entire plethora of things has really opened up. Events is not just a small party event, but it's big. And when you talk about events, when you talk about bigger events, you have been, of course, an Indian international cricketer. You have been there, seen that, one of the most successful Mumbai captains. And also now you're trying to sort of bridge that gap between reality and education. So in your view, how important are these events and the business of sports as related to the federations or to the bigger things that the government is also coming up, probably Khelo India and things, because the students are really very, very excited to check out these newer opportunities.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Edutainment, Deepak Chaudhary and all the team working behind putting up this entire. Pankaj, I think what I look at it when I started playing cricket, the team who would manage the players, there would be a manager, there would be a coach, and a physio. That comprises of a back-end team for an international team traveling any place, India or overseas. So that was the back-end team. And you compare that now with IPL, a 15 people squad, there is a 15-member team travels with the team. So the transition is fairly immense in terms of the upgradation, the awareness and understanding. But the beauty of it is, for me, the way I look at it is, the business of sports standpoint, IPL, in my opinion, is a very, very critical step. Because if you compare that with the global practices, the global sports business and economy revolves around sports annual properties. And in form of IPL, India got its first annual property as a marquee event to plan every business aspect around that sporting engagement and an activity. For me, that is a huge step India took and BCCI took by introducing an annual property, a calendar event, because previously it always used to have a bilateral. We had a Mumbai Marathon, was a third week of January marked event. But you cannot call it as an event, you cannot call it as an activity because it's a single day event. But what IPL offers you is a 2-month extravaganza. But with that opportunity gets created, more than 22 to 23,000 people work and get associated with that particular event. For me, that's creating an opportunity. For me, that creates multiple options for you to engage. And then you talk about ISL, Pro Kabaddi League, including Hello India initiatives. And then you are talking a complete transformation into business of sport in India. And that's when I feel lucky that when we introduce our institute, the idea was to create that trained professional manpower for the industry. And that was our trigger point to introduce ISM, because we realized that, with no offense, IPL, then Commissioner Lalit Modi offered a contract to a UK-based company to manage IPL, because India did not have that manpower who can execute a large-scale event like that. And like Shaju rightly mentioned, we learned on the field because we did not have any reference points to come up with tried and tested methodology. Eventually, it got to a point where we needed to formalize it and create a complete pathway, which will allow churn out all these. Just to give you a parallel stat, there are almost 1,400 marathons, small and big, takes place in India. Imagine that itself is an industry of 1,300 marathons, small and big. It's a huge industry itself. The high minimum is 50 lakh and the maximum is about 50 to 80 crore, which is a Mumbai Marathon, that one-day event. And imagine you spread that amount, itself becomes a phenomenal industry. But credit to Government of India, Sports Authority of India, and NIS, who are coming up with so many strategically planned pathways of structured approach. And I'm happy that government is planning to bid for 2032 Olympics. And we should all be proud of that particular thought, because that will give lot of focus of India being a sporting nation.
Absolutely, really well said. And as you mentioned about the new normal and the importance of the government getting into a lot of working with the Khelo India, it has really made things very, very vibrant. So friends, here, Shaju mentioned about events, how it has really bloomed and blossomed. Nilesh mentioned about how the government and cricket as well as non-cricketing events have become very, very big and huge. And now I come to you, RK. You have been involved in broadcasting for a long, long time. Absolutely phenomenal, not just cricket, but other sports also. So the events are there, the federations and the associations are there to create, but there is also a lot of vibrancy now as far as the broadcasting space is concerned, where not just English, but also the regional areas have become really huge. So your take on the blooming of the broadcasting area. People like us, it's been a pleasure to do commentary with you on Kabaddi, for example. It has been a pleasure to do cricket. So how has this space evolved?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. Wonderful to be on the same panel as Shaju and Pankaj, of course. We go back a long way, and of course, Nilesh Kulkarni as well. To every one of you who's watching this broadcast, is that how we mention these days? Yeah, that's the new normal broadcast, so to speak. But just coming back to your point about how much it has evolved tremendously. I remember, when
Shaju was talking about 1995 when things started. I was in standard 12 at that point in time, Shaju. Well done on that. Yeah, I was in standard 12. I had absolutely no idea that I would want to be a broadcaster. Even that didn't cross my mind. All I knew was I was interested in sport, and I was taking part in debates and elocution and whatnot. Right. So over a period of time, I realized maybe this is the way to go. And when I started job hunting, so to speak, there were hardly any channels around. Forget about, I mean, the Star had just about come in the mid 90s. So that you had more than just Doordarshan to, watch anything on. So that's the period that I'm essentially talking about. And even when you wanted to apply for jobs, you effectively had, say, ESPN, Star Sports. Even the news channels, you did not have the number of microphones that are being thrust as we speak these days. So you didn't have any of those. So even to approach, you just had one or two options, and that was seemingly out of reach, right? ESPN Star, I mean, you had the world converging there and everybody working and stuff. And India, you had a very, very small office, I remember, that was set up in a place called Pushp Vihar in Delhi. So it was set up at the basement, and that is where we all started. It had about 4 or 5, out of which 3 or 4 were pretty much heads of that office, and you had 1 or 2 who were working in and around. So that's how things started. From then to where we are now, it's just a remarkable transformation, because you started off with the English broadcast, then Hindi got enough and more thrust. And as you rightly said, Pankaj, the number of regional languages that have got immense thrust these days is mind-boggling. I know at some point in time, everybody thought this is the way to go. But for a broadcaster like Star to take that initiative, there have been others who have tried to do it, but the kind of initiative that Star has taken over the years has lent it that enormous amount of push. So what happens is, there was a time I distinctly remember, if you're not fluent in, say, English, for example, people would think maybe this industry, well, I can't do much in this industry. Maybe I can't get into broadcasting at all. That was the thought process at that point in time. But now, when you look around, when you've got sports, 24-hour sports channels in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada. You did ISL in Malayalam. You have a 24-hour sports channel in Bengali. You suddenly realize that people, the aspirational levels of people have gone up by that much more, because you're saying, okay, language is no barrier anymore. Let me go across and find out how I can improve and work upon the language and the sport of my choice as well, because it's not anymore just cricket. You spoke about kabaddi, and it's been a phenomenal success over the years, thanks to how it has been projected, how it has been, made and stuff. So I think the options are enormous. And Nilesh was talking about the opportunities it creates. Shaju has been in that business for long enough at the moment. So in terms of this as a viable option, it has opened the doors for everybody. Because say 30 years back, let's be honest about it, say in the mid 90s or the 80s, if somebody wanted to say, look, I want to be a sports broadcaster, the natural question is, but how are you going to, live comfortably, live a comfortable life? Because I don't know who's going to pay you. Because even playing cricket on the street, people used to turn around and say, yaar, tu hamesha cricket khelta rehta hai, isse thodi na kuch hoga. That was the idea back then. But now you say, there are opportunities that are available elsewhere, and therefore you go ahead and probably grab them with everything that you can.
Absolutely. And that brings us to another point wherein we came from not a lot of opportunities to enormous opportunities now. So does that mean that, the first thing it means that parents need not worry, because there are a lot of things available now. So there will be good livelihoods available for students if they come into this particular field. That's one thing. But for that, they have to equip themselves with certain skills. So now my question to the panelist is, the kind of skill sets required, because the plethora of requirements is there. It's really gone up. So if all of you all can sort of shed light on the importance of certain minimum skill sets that you need, because a lot of students here assume that I am interested in broadcasting, I should get some work. Is that the case? What are the skill sets that you need to really have bare minimum so that you can build on them? Shaju, starting with you first.
See, I could probably speak primarily from a sporting events point of view first, and then of course you can expand further. From when event management started, like I said, and then for the next decade or so, we were all learning, and then event management institutes came out, right?
Mhm.
So it became a combination of classroom training, and of course, you need it on ground. Now, moving to sporting event management. Today, the opportunities are immense. You're not just a sporting event manager, you can be a sporting agent, you can be part of the sports broadcaster. If you're adept enough, you might want to own a franchise and run it based on funds availability, sponsorship, marketing. It's non-stop. It's as good as any other business, if not more, right? It's probably giving more opportunities than even mainstream advertising today. And most importantly, you can follow your passion. This is what I lived with. And I know a lot of my friends in the industry of experiential marketing that we call now, right? Event management progressed and advanced to what we call experiential marketing. Similarly, in sports events now, you could do and be whoever you want as long as you have the passion for sports. If that exists, then you'll find your way, whether you need to get education in that particular field or you do a combination of education and practical training. So having said that, I think sports, and this I've been saying all through these last 2-3 months, sports is one, what I'd say, an experience which will combine humanity. It brings back humanity together, the spirit of togetherness, come what may. Today, most of us are sitting at home, but I think the spirit of coming together is being explored, and I think very beautifully done by Edutainment, the first ever virtual exhibition. It's a pleasure today to be talking about this particular field of sports and sporting events. So I think the opportunities are immense. Like you said, Pragaj, parents to be worried or not, that will continue, right? Everybody's going to say, what kind of business are you get into? But having said that, not just globally, India today has opened up so much in sports, and I think it's just the beginning. And I'm sure Nilesh will kind of second and third that along with RK, that we are probably at just the thrust of what sports will bring into our country and what we can expect for the future for prospective students, professionals, and you have you.
Right. Nilesh, your take on the minimum skill sets, because there needs to be a reality check before you come into any sort of field. But we find a lot of friends who are very excited. Yes, I like it. I want to get it. So what would you say to them?
I think the most important part of the entire bandwagon of business of sport and sporting opportunities, I would break it up into two folds. One is like Shaju mentioned, that you require a passion for sport. Yes, that block gets ticked. The good part is in sport, and RK and Shaju both will agree on this part. One of the critical important component here in sports, we don't have retakes. So it's everything live. What you do, what we prepare, and what all goes behind the scene is the culmination of what you actually deliver on that particular moment on the job. So I think that's where the edge part, that's where the important part of that decision making comes in. So from a context of a institute perspective, what I would like to impart that as a key takeaway for students who are aspiring to make a career, yes, you have to have a passion for sport. Definitely, most definitely. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
So you have to have a passion for sport, but more important, what you need to think about is how you're going to go about it. Because in about 80s, there was a wave of a management education, and then the specialization took place of HR, marketing, operations, finance. In sports, the similar evolution is taking place in terms of a structured approach of what you want to make a career in. The orientation for you have to have a 360-degree orientation, and the specialization. If you want to become an entrepreneur in sports, yes, you have an option. If you want to specialize yourself in marketing, yes, you have an option. If you want to specialize in operations and logistics, yes, you have an option. With RK, people like RK and yourself, if you have an aspiration to make it to broadcasting and put that into multiple threads, yes, you have an option. Back end, front end, creating that. I will just elaborate one small thread into this part. Halo India worked on 16 different departments, managing almost 50 odd different jobs in one single event. Look at the opportunities you can create for yourself by specializing. If you have that domain expertise, you have a chance. Our students, a lot of times we get this query that I want to work in star sports. But I always say that to them, that even if you have an aspiration to work in star sports, what exactly do you want to work in star sports? Because star sports has 35 different departments and options for yourself. It could be from content writing to broadcasting, from managing the entire thing, or front of the camera. Every aspect of it, you can create a space for yourself. The good part is the industry is growing at a phenomenal speed. The only technical hitch I personally feel, it is still not called as an industry. What I would like this to happen is the absolute full focused approach from the ministry and the stakeholders to make this as an industry status. The moment that happens, the job opportunities and the structures which are required complementing opportunities will get the entire ecosystem as a 360-degree approach, and then there is no looking back for India.
Yeah, very well said, Nilesh, here, because a formal acknowledgement is extremely important. And yes, friends, you can also send in your questions, because we already see a couple of questions which we'll take in. But you please keep on sending your questions which you would like to ask our experts. And coming to you, RK, Shaju mentioned about the passion and the skills. Nilesh mentioned about the training and the academical background that you need in getting into this kind of an industry. What would you suggest in terms of the reality check of skill sets required that someone wants to get into any particular sector of this entire sporting industry?
Okay, look, I would look at it this way, Pankaj. If I'm a student, how am I going to look at everything that is in front of me? Seemingly huge, the world is in front of me, right? Two ways. One is I look at everything that is in front of me and say, wow, here is my opportunity. Let me go and try to be the best that I can be. That is one way of looking at it. The other thing that the student needs to do is also to look at himself or herself more so than ever before. Because as I said, say about 20 years back, you just had that one channel, you had maybe 2 anchors, you had maybe 4 producers, you had about a 10-member back-end team. Now, there is a specific set of people who are competing for that position. I'm not even bringing in the marketing and the sales and the event management side of things. I'm only purely talking broadcasting here, right? What has happened now? That one organization has become, say, 10. I'm counting in the sports section of the news channels or whatever, or you look at even the YouTube or the social media platforms that are huge at this point in time. So one is, yes, you've got different platforms where you can express yourself in the way that you can be, but that also brings this aspect of responsibility. Now, there is availability, which doesn't in any way make it extremely easy in a sense, because when you're talking about the skill sets that you need, you still have to be absolutely certain about the knowledge that you have with respect to a particular sport or the sporting ecosystem that you're operating in. You still need to get that experience sorted out properly. And you still need to be, if you're working in a particular language, you still need to have that command over that particular language. So your basic skill set, so to speak, was perhaps the same as before. Now, where you need to upgrade yourself, which the youngsters are doing incredibly well, is in terms of technology, in terms of finding yourself the right fit into a system that is existing around you. Say, for example, I'll give you a classic example. Obviously, there's not much live sport happening. Therefore, almost every one of us is turning into a content creator. Because at some point in time, that's where the world is going towards, I think, as a sport. I mean, normally, the reliance is heavily on live sports events, right? And you do programming around it. Live sporting events get you the maximum eyeballs. That's fairly obvious. Now we are in such a situation where we are beginning to think as to what we can do beyond live sport to get into the mind of people who are watching us, right? Say, for example, I try to put forth something called as the RK Show. Every Sunday, I try to interview sporting personalities and put it out there for the consumption of the people. So every one of us is trying to be content creators. I mean, there are so many lovely people out there who are creating content. So that's another way of looking at it. But again, even in that, there's so much thought process. There is supposed to be a proper rundown, at least in your mind, that goes through, and the kind of content that you want to put forth that can be appealing and that you're comfortable in putting. For example, I cannot go there and be a stand-up comic because I'm not that kind of a person. So it's about you feeling comfortable, you understanding your strengths, and you putting out what you think should be put out so that people also enjoy. So, I mean, those are things that we are constantly looking at. I mean, for example, this conclave, I mean, the last year or year or two back, we were there, we were sitting and chatting, but this is the new normal. And hey, if somebody told me, say 3 months back, that we are going to have a virtual conference, I'm like saying, that should be boring. But now you're sitting and saying, people are tuning in, people are writing questions. Well done to Edutainment for just going in and saying, look, and everybody evolves. And when there is, this is probably, I would look at this situation and say, this is a perfect opportunity to think a bit more and to evolve. And mankind has always evolved, and we will evolve.
Absolutely, absolutely. So innovation is the key. Understanding yourself, research, planning, extremely important. And we're getting lovely questions. So before we move on, we have a question on esports. But before that, we all are virtually connected in this particular session in Edutainment because of the pandemic and a lot of issues. And it has also taken a bit of toll on sports per se. There are questions, there are a bit of anxiety that when is sports going to start again. So the question here is for all of you, when can we expect things to be back on track? Will it be exactly like what we used to consume earlier and live earlier? And this is specifically in terms of sports. So Saju, first you.
So where we specialize is more ground, right? And then broadcast.
Yeah.
But having said that, I don't see a reason why closed stadiums or closed venue events can happen, which can be broadcast or webcast, like RK said. Today, I think most of us have figured out how to kind of create digital content, including myself. Because Jogi RK, somebody who's used to be behind the cam, I'm today kind of setting up a content once a week, speaking to sporting personalities. And it's fun. So I think the work has already started, Pankaj. We are not waiting for any future. It's already begun where we are creating content in sports, whether it's education, whether it's insights, and planning forward. Yes, having said that, the true experience of an event, and that's what we as experiential marketers specialize in. How do you create that stadium experience or that venue experience? That might take a bit more time, subject to regulations. But before that, I'm sure we'll find ways and means to kind of bring people together, maybe in small bunches. Until then, virtually, we can all participate. The day when the Bundesliga started, I know how excited I was, like a good old school kid, wanting to watch that first match live because it's live. Right? And I'm sure such opportunities will be explored by the given authorities and by the right professionals out there, and then we'll back them up.
Yes. So Nilesh, coming from the game perspective, there are also a lot of people who would like to play, who would like to watch it live. So do you think things coming back on track? We all are positive. Yes, things are going to happen, as Chaju also mentioned.
See, there are two things. I will just relate to your previous question as well on the esport fund. In the entire pandemic time, esports is the only industry which has not stopped. In fact, it has grown multiple folds, including the prize money people are winning is phenomenal. And for all those who are aspiring in this space, the retirement age for all these guys is 27 and 28. So it has reduced the sporting retirement age also, and it has beat them. In sports environment, we always used to say that our retirement age is 35. But in an e-sport environment, the retirement age is 27. So the opportunity you can create right from the age of 15, 16 up to 25, the amount of opportunities you can create for yourself and the financial support you can get is unreal. But I only want to wait and see till it gets stabilized, till it gets formalized, because if Olympic is going to introduce as a pilot in the next Olympic e-sport as a tester, then we just have to wait and see what's in store for us in the years to come. So from an opportunity perspective, it's phenomenal. But coming back to your question, I think the relation, you were saying about a relation, right? In terms of how we can relate the context of it.
Yeah, the current pandemic issue, how things can be, expected to be back in action as they were earlier.
The way I look at it is, look at the La Liga thing. They gave fan an experience as well as the players an experience of the stadium. So they could actually view it live by having the LED walls with their real-time experiences. So that was phenomenal. For me, that can become a new normal. Till the time you find the vaccines and all the other things which we are not having any control. I was watching Mr. Batra, our Indian Olympic Association president, and he announced it that they have activated the sporting activities across all 84 size centers for training and getting ready for tournaments. And he officially announced that they intend to start the sporting competition calendar from October onwards.
Okay.
Barring the contact sport. So which means is an extremely positive step from an India context. And whatever information I have, the Sports Authority of India is also contemplating starting Khelo India university games and youth games in the month of Jan-Feb. So if that is the plan they have, that means we have lost only about 4 to 5 months, and blessing and disguise, 2 to 3 months are monsoon months in that. Biggest calendar event is IPL, and yes, we all look forward to having some sort of a role. And I'm sure RK must be itching to go in front of the camera because of the. But look, this is the best part for introspect and create multiple career opportunities. What it has given us is it has given us a perspective. If this is not there, what else can you? Because this is something which we will have to start thinking, planning, and create. And I'm happy that federations and Indian Olympic Associations, including BCCI, they are taking those corrective steps of how do we address that. If there are no fans in the stadium, we still go ahead with the players playing competitive cricket, but how do we get them? Because without fans at an international level, trust me, as a player, you will not feel the same experience on the ground. So how do you create that for you to push that 1% extra? In sports, we always call it that if you push that 1% extra, that creates that intensity, that creates that competition at another level. And for viewers, it's a brilliant treat to experience.
Yes, so technology is, Sergio.
Sorry, if I may step in here, and sorry, RK, if I can just take a minute, what Nilesh said is brilliant. The emergence of esports and more, it's actually blown out in this period, right? I must, if I can mention, I was working with my dear friends, Anil and Vivek Singh from Procam, my company Ignite and Procam associate on a couple of projects. And we were in the process of building a new IP in sports and lifestyle, a great experiential event. And I must quote what Anil has taught me. He's a legend, right, in the business of sports and sports events. He said there are two kinds, one is spectatorial sports and then there is participative sports. And the origin of marathon came from there, that how do you get the city of Mumbai and the city of Delhi or the cities across, how do you come and participate as one? And that showed the success of how marathons took over, like what Nilesh said, how many marathons across the country today, right? During that process, one of our associate partners was Akshat from Nordwind Gaming. And I've not been too exposed to gaming online, but I kind of started learning. And during this phase, when everything came to a pause or a stop or a standstill, he was the most busiest guy. We would not get to him because he was more busy than all of us when we were kind of brainstorming. It got me to actually go to my 12-year-old son and, hey, teach me some gaming. And I learned PUBG. And what Nilesh said, the experts are in the 15 to 18-year-olds. My 12-year-old son is saying, I want to participate in a championship. He took my permission, and this Sunday he actually played his first online championship as a 12-year-old. And the prize money, if you get to know some numbers, an 18 and 19-year-old is winning as much as what a Federer is winning at a Grand Slam. Actually, these are facts available. So, like I said,
cricketers won though.
Yeah. Yes, we all have to work hard. No worries about it.
So, sports as a sport, right? As a gaming experience, is already out there. It's about how we adapt to the new, right? You can find opportunities in various verticals. So, sorry, back to you, Pankaj. I don't.
RK.
Yeah, it's interesting in a way, Pankaj, because look, I mean, so far, let's look at what has happened so far. You play sport. There are people who come and watch you, right? So, say for example, if there is a game of football that is happening at Old Trafford, you pretty much are guaranteed an attendance of 75,000 plus at Old Trafford, right? Now, what is happening is, there is obviously no audience that will be allowed, but it provokes or it makes sure that the clubs or the broadcasters think a lot more about the fans than they did ever before. So you're suddenly saying, look, okay, we always almost assume 75,000 people coming and cheering. Now that nobody is there, how do we take it to their homes? And that is not only via TV, because via TV you're anyway taking it. So therefore, you're trying to come up with innovative waves of fan engagement even more. I think that is the next phase, according to me, the fan engagement, and how seriously are you taking your fans and your sport to the fans. I'm not saying you haven't taken it, but there were a few areas which you thought, we are playing a good game, people will come and watch it. Now, as Shaju and Nilesh did mention, you've got these virtual crowd that is coming in. The Danish league had people joining them on Zoom, for example. You had this wonderful technology in Bundesliga. You had a good sound system operators and the producer mixing and matching the sound and the ambience in accordance with whatever was happening. It was fascinating to read. For example, a game between Borussia Dortmund and Bayern Munich, for example. What they did was they picked the audio from the previous clashes of the audience. So they kept it as the base. So they just started playing it out because that will give you the hyped up environment that can possibly give, or close to that, right? So, and there was a certain sections of fans that were picked and chosen because they were the certain section of fans that attended these games regularly. So they can almost anticipate what the crowd will be thinking. And therefore, in accordance with them, they sat down and picked up those moments where things had to be hyped up a bit more. So that was stored in a completely different engine. And then every time there was an event that could possibly happen, say a penalty appeal or a foul or an argument with the referee, separate pockets of sound was created for that. I mean, Shaju spoke about gaming. I love my gaming. I play my FIFA 20 very, very rigorously and very, very regularly. So when I play that, for example, the kind of stuff that an EA Sports is able to or has been able to create is absolutely mind-boggling. So if there is a close shot at target, how is he able to just match that audio to whatever is happening on, FIFA 20, for example, which is just fantastic. It's a close miss. The way they describe the action, I know it has all been pre-recorded, but just to punch it in or just to have it at that moment just gives you that real feel. I mean, I almost feel like a manager who's sitting on a budget of about 200 million pounds and I'm trying to buy players. There's virtual interaction that happens between me as a manager and someone as the manager. So many things have happened. Just going back to that point about esports, and therefore, as Shaju said, we're already there. It's about maybe this period is an opportunity, as I go back and say, this is allowing us to think more, and we can be better.
Definitely. And all these areas, friends, that our experts have spoken about require skilled personnel. That is what we are trying to talk about in this session that Edutainment has got to us. You need the skill set, and that's where probably we can wind this session, because we can go on talking about this for a long time. We all are so passionate about it. So as our students and the friends who have joined in, so when we require skilled personnel for all the things, friends, guests you have mentioned, Danish asks us whether bookish knowledge is also important. It has to bridge. Your thoughts on it. So, Shaju, starting, bookish knowledge is important. And of course, there are a lot of educational institutions providing formal courses on the sports and other areas. But bookish knowledge, how important is it? Shaju.
I think it's a fair balance. As in life, everything has to have a fair balance, right? And what RK started with, RK, I kind of resonate what you said. As a student, what's the take home, right? As a viewer, those who are students out there, I'm still a student in the journey of life or events or sports, as you call it. Every day I'm learning, and today's great learning with our panelists here. I go back, and this has stayed with me. When we were students in school and then college or whatever, school especially, right? We would get that 1 hour of play and we would look forward to it, right? You start with 6-8 hours of school, then you come back and there's homework, and you just say, I want to go out and play for those 1 hour, 2 hours. And those 2 hours would fly like 10 minutes. If students can figure out that those 2 hours can actually be the 10 hours of your life for the rest of your life, that's how I've taken on my vocation as events or content or generally experiential. Today, I enjoy what I do and it's not work for me. If I pursue reading, if I take on a program or a degree or a course and look that as a learning process of what I want to do, it's going to be fun. And then you go on ground as well. So for students, this is what I leave with you, that if you continue to look at this as a vocation, as your passion, as a do to have fun and not a job, you'll never ever get bored of it. Remember the school days where you used to rush to go down at 5 o'clock to play with your friends. If you're in the business of sports and sporting events, then that 2 hours will become your next 10 hours or 20 hours or the rest of your life. But yes, your question, Pankaj, is about how important is theory vis-a-vis practical. I think you need to have a basic exposure or definitely something which a lot of institutes today are actually providing. And thanks to that, you have the opportunity to go out there, do your degree or diploma, and then kind of pursue that with practical knowledge with the right companies or professionals out there.
Great. Nilesh, your take on it?
It's very simple. I think, like Shaju mentioned, you have to have a balance of it. But more importantly, what I would like to elaborate more, without the theory, you will not understand the practical experience. The most important part, a lot of times students feel that, oh, I know about this. I've seen it I've seen it here. I've seen it there. But unless you actually put that into practice, so, for me to say I can actually become an RK is my ambition. But can I really become an RK? It's not possible, because the amount of work which he has put in to be who he is a statement of what hard work he has gone in. And that can only come with your passion and perseverance to achieve the excellence. And I always share that with a lot of my students, saying that I love my Mondays, because for me, they're not working Mondays. I love going to office after retirement. When I introduced institute, I love going to office because I look forward to that Monday. I enjoy doing that. And for me, that's an immensely satisfying space. My mind space, my overall satisfaction lies in when I go and do that work. So for me, because sport has given me this opportunity to create this space, I'm happy. And the same is applied. Without practical experience, you cannot take the right decision. And like I said before, in sports, we don't have retakes, and Pankaj and RK will relate to that, including Shaju more so, because you don't have anything. If you make a mistake, it's gone. It's not going to come back. For that, you require a lot of training. For that, you require a lot of number of hours to put in, not only from theory, but from practical experience and your planning and preparation, which is so critical for you to be that decision ready. And that for me is a sports which offers a career pathway for a lot of people. And I think one of the question is also, are there any education institutes? Yes, there are a lot of education institutes who offer formal degree. And for once, we also have that. The idea is, the reason why we wanted to create this pathway is to create an opportunity for all those aspiring sports professionals who cannot make it big in active sport can still make a career in sports for rest of their lives. And for me, that's a brilliant opportunity for you to experience. And combination of those both things are equally important for you to be successful, because that one decision of yours can actually send a right message to RK in his earpiece as a producer, which he will actually share it in front of people. And if that message is wrong, the entire system gets blamed for it. And if the decision is right, you get credit for it also. And likewise for all the decisions you take for that particular moment or for that event to be successful.
Yes, RK, a lot of engineers like us are listening to us, right now. They're tuned in, who are probably theory is important, but then we want to make a transition. So what's your take on the balance of theory and practical?
Just very quickly to add on to that point of Nilesh, because Nilesh has spoken as an entrepreneur, he's spoken as a cricketer, he's also spoken as a broadcaster. So that tells you, he was a cricketer primarily. From where he was primarily only as a cricketer to where he is at the moment over a span of years. Now that obviously comes with experience, and that also comes with the knowledge that he has gained over the years through a variety of platforms or variety of mediums, which is theory, which is also practical. And he's also interacting with a variety of people, which has helped him grow to the person that he is, right? Coming back very quickly to that point of theory versus practical. Now, why do you learn theory? It is only to apply situations during certain points in time. As you say, I'm primarily a management graduate, right? So say back in the 90s, when you're given a case study, right? You're given a case study of some big European company or big American company, how they came out of a particular crisis, right? Now, you should not straight away, I know every one of us dreams, you should not straight away think that on day one of your corporate life, you're going to be managing a 500 crore brand. That never happens. And that is the dream that you're being sold, right? Because you eventually want to get to a certain point in life. But by analyzing those case studies, you are trying to apply those pointers into whatever areas that you are managing, whether it is your management skills, or whether is it in terms of your product pricing, or whether it is in terms of the way you would sell your product. Eventually, boss, maal bechna hai. That is what eventually it all boils down, correct? So therefore, theory, yes, gives you a sense, but to completely discard theory, I would not advocate it at all, because you've got to take the best out of that to apply into your realms. For example, I've never gone to any I've never gone to any journalism courses, so to speak. At the start, when I was hunting for a job, people said you don't have a journalism background at all, and therefore we cannot give you a job. Now, at that point in time, I felt, maybe things could have things could have happened earlier if I had gone there, or I might have, instead of spending, say, 4 years learning an art after having jumped into this field of broadcasting, maybe I would have taken 1 year to combine the theory and practical, and probably would have been better off. So as Shaju said, or as Nilesh said, it's about not discarding anything completely. It is important. It is there for a reason. Of course, you will have, you will have your own choices, but it's about taking what you think is relevant. It's a bit like, I'm sure a cricketer in Nilesh Kulkarni will tell you, because there are so many people who will tell him about his action. That doesn't mean, he doesn't take anything or he takes everything. He just takes, those are all the theoretical part of it that people are telling him eventually. He picks what is right for him and he applies, because there is a science to it. There is a method to it at the end of it all.
Absolutely. Very well said. Yeah. Nilesh.
What RK is saying, the 4 P's of marketing are so important for you to understand first before you actually start doing the sports marketing part. If you don't understand the product part, then you will not be able to position it to sell it right, as RK said. And end of the day, in the entire sports ecosystem, what RK said is right. Everybody's selling. Everybody's trying to put forward their point. The good part is that 2 key components are 2 stakeholders. One is the fan, which is the most important component, who you target that. And the other stakeholder, who's the participant, who's actually engaging into that. The entire ecosystem revolves around these 2 stakeholders. And if you manage to understand your product better, you'll be in a better position to position it and sell it better.
And when you have the fan and the participant together, then every brand will come after you. They would want to invest into you.
Yeah. Yes, and gentlemen, that's the question here. Everyone is passionate. Everyone is interested. Now they've got an idea. Yes, there are a lot of opportunities. The industry has really gone, berserk. It has gone big. But who will employ us? That's the question that someone has asked us. Which companies will now employ us? So if you can quickly dwell on that, because RK, someone is asking, what is the opportunity to become an anchor? So what are the job opportunities? You have spoken about it, but gentlemen, could you shed some light on who is going to employ which kind of company? Shaju, starting with you.
I think every prospective sport event or a sports, what you call it, a company is out there right now. Like I said, there are multiple opportunities in the sporting business. If you want to be an event manager in sports, then of course your event management companies, right? And there are many out there who are right now during this phase improvising, changing their game plans, but they will do it. Like a Procam or a Maximus who do the marathons and the Pinkathons will find ways to bring it back, right? They're doing a lot of virtual stuff today, engaging their participants virtually to run the marathon. In terms of producing ceremonies, if you want to become a sports agent, the agent companies are out there, my friends at Cornerstone and Qua and all, who manage careers of sportsmen. They are currently, as we speak, putting them out there. They are engaging, they're talking, they're doing brand associations. Broadcasters, right? Star Sports, Sony, and so have you. And so many now OTT players are there who are going to look at content in sports. So I think the universe is out there. I don't think it's a matter of who will employ us. It's about, do you have the right skill sets to be out there in front? And what Nilesh said, the right balance. And what RK said, first, let's learn the basics. You might need them at some point in time. You will need them at some point in time, apart from the practical learning. So do not worry about where will I get employed. I think that will happen. It's happened to most of us. We find our way. But they get your foundation right, get your basics in order, figure out where you want to go and set your path. And your employer will find you.
Nilesh, do you agree to this?
See, I think this is a new normal, but eventually it will settle down. It's just a stopgap. We just need to wait and watch. And like I always say, a lot of students come to us saying that they want to manage Virat Kohli. And I have a very standard reply to them. Do you think Virat Kohli is ready to give his reins in your hands? Are you ready? Are you equipped? First, get equipped. First, get that knowledge, get that experience. And that is not available freely in the market. An experience you can't buy. Knowledge you can still acquire. So that's something which I always tell all these students, that you are here for a reason. you first gain that, earn that experience, gain that knowledge. Once you have it, you become more confident when you're pitching it for a particular space. The opportunities, yes, will come. Like I said before, if the Olympic Association, Indian Olympic Association president is saying that from October they will resume, yes, they will. They are in a plan of resuming. Star Sports is doing all they can to make sure that they get back to their. They still started doing that, and RK will confirm that they are underway of coming up with the plans to actually come up with multiple options. That's where the opportunities lies. Once the live sport resumes, I don't see them coming down 1% also, and that's where the opportunity is. Right now, you are just playing a waiting game, content creation. RK, if I may ask you, how many people work for your show behind the scene? Because people see RK show, but there are 3 to 5 people, if I'm not wrong, if not more, who are working. That's where the opportunity lies for you to be in the space, to gain the experience. And experience is something you can't buy in the market.
Spot on. Just adding to that point of Nilesh Kulkarni. Yes, I mean there are people that are always interested in working and wanting to learn the trade, learning the art of doing stuff, right? And also I think for everybody who's watching, look, I've always said this. There are 2 things that is always in front of you. One are the controllables. One are things that you cannot control. Now, the pandemic, the situation that you have at the moment is not something that you can control, because if you can control, you can produce a vaccine now and then cure everybody of everything, right? So don't worry about that at the moment in that sense. What is it that you can control is what you are good at and how good you can be at what you are good at. And therefore, if you're sensing that the opportunities might not be that much more as it was during the best of times, then the onus is on you to put an extra bit of an effort to push yourself harder and to project yourself as the best that is around. Because even the employers, instead of taking 3 people, if they're going to take 1, now instead of being in the top 3, you've got to strive to become the topper. That's the challenge that is in front of you. And that is something that you can control. And therefore, I again go back to the point, forget about the things that you cannot control, because you anyway cannot control them. So why waste your time thinking about that and losing out on the time doing things that you can and are indeed in your control?
Amazing. And I think this has been a wonderful discussion. I hope all the friends who have tuned in, parents, students, have got all their questions answered. In fact, we all can go on talking about this because such a close to our heart topic. But thank you, gentlemen, RK, Nilesh, Shaju, for joining in today. And we hope all of you all remain fit, positive, and very, very active, so that, in a very, very soon, we're going to be back in action. And as you said, Nilesh, the new normal doesn't matter with the changed world. We're always going to be, because sports is something which teaches us to be always fit and alive. We always win or we learn. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us in this session. And thank you, parents, as well as students and friends, for joining this session, asking the questions, and hope we have been able to answer all of them. So it's a goodbye from me, Nilesh, RK, and Shaju. And it's back to you, Sanchali.
It's a pleasure. Like we say, stay sporty and stay happy.
Yeah.
Always, always.
Thank you. Yes, Nilesh, please. Okay, you're on mute. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, but yeah. Okay, you went on mute again.
Your host is putting me on a mute multiple times. Thank you, Edutainment, for putting together this wonderful show and sharing our experience. Has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much, Nilesh. Good to hear that final line, finally. And thank you very much, Pankaj, for stitching this entire session together. Thank you to all our panelists, which you've already done on your behalf. I would say, of course, the opportunities are immense. It's kind of, you have to tweak it right now, place it according to the current scenario. We have discussed about it. The future in terms of sports will always be bright. In fact, it is only going bigger by the day. India has immense opportunity. Wait it out. And what you can do right now, of course, find your core competency, work on it, upskill yourself, probably because you will never get this opportunity again. So bank on it as much as possible. And thank you to all our panelists right here for, of course, gave us the deep insight into what is happening and probably what will be the future. Now, with this, I am going to thank all our panelists from the first session for joining us here, all our students and everyone who is watching. And at the same time, just want to give you a quick reminder, since we are nice people, we are giving away 3 giveaways, 3 vouchers right here from Amazon worth 1,000 each. Just a quick reminder, what you need to do for that is register on our 3D virtual expo, which is on www.edutainmentshow.in, and log in, enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, look for cookies, okay, in the document section, collect 3 of them, send us the screenshots on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in, and we will be announcing the winners at the end of the day. Thank you very much, and we will be right back.
The Gurukul School of Design basically exemplifies the training in ideation and entrepreneur spirit. It's very important for us to keep an eye on the future of design. The students graduating must be able to cope up with the changes in the market. The universe of entrepreneurs is evolving at a rapid speed. So the idea for us really is to empower them to have a vision, execution, and also the semantics of the business of design.
The whole idea with Gurukul School of Designing is the attention which each and every student would get, which is the very Gurukul way of studying, which is very small classes where the teacher and the student have a one-to-one interaction.
The infrastructure that they get, the environment that they get is very rustic. It takes us back to our roots, which is the Guru Shishya kind of philosophy.
Here we are allowed to breathe into the creativity of our own style, and we are allowed to develop it, and it doesn't have to fit into any norms or conditions.
Through incorporating the culture, the knowledge that they have, the travels that they have done, the different foods that they have eaten, to incorporate all these little insights in the final project and to see that blooming up, it's amazing.
it's like we're going live. Yeah.
Ignition.
Your live, Sam.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, all the listeners of Edutainment, and welcome to the webinar on global trends in design education. We have a super panel today. I would like to welcome the Dean of Strat School of Design, Thomas.
Hello to everyone.
Okay. Guru of Gurukul School of Design, Ms. Isadora.
Hello.
Hi. Director of Atelier Shavan Savar and Galileo Education, Mr. JB, is John Baptiste Leclerc, but we call him JB. So, hi, JB. How are you doing?
Hi.
Great.
Very happy to be with you.
Same. So, and Dean of Ethics School, Mr. Lalit Oja. Hi, Lalit. How are you?
Very good. How about you, Sham?
Good. You can say you're on top of the world with your backdrop today, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. And Madhusudan, Assistant Professor from Presidency University School of Design. Hi, Madhusudan. How are you doing?
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm doing great.
Great. So thank you, everyone, for joining in. And let's start the session. And obviously, we have students and we have parents. We have students who want to get into design. So and the topic is global trends in design education. So to start with you, Thomas, how are you managing coming all the way from France, then India, then again France, and then back to India? Almost 10 years, you have seen this country, you have seen the other parts of the world. You have worked on the design education landscape in India for a long time, earlier with DSK and now with Strat. So how are you, bringing the best practices from all across here in Strat in Bangalore, and share your experience with us, please?
So, as you said, I had the opportunity to work in India a long time back. I set up one of the of design in India, was DSK. I left and I came back here to set up another project, another school that is going to be even better. That is Strat School of Design, Bangalore. In order to do this, as you said, I'm using the knowledge that I gathered all along my career as a 25 years old experienced designer and design manager, but also spending 10 years in the design education field. Okay, so I'm bringing both European and Indians' knowledge and network together.
Yeah.
And this is very interesting because this is how to make the best students. We noticed that when we were doing DSK that Indian students got a very good potential and are very attractive to the world, into the international markets.
Yeah.
When they are trained with international design thinking and methods, the Indian brain is very, very creative. Actually, it's much more creative than the European one. Because, in India, everyone is always facing problems. Every second of your life, you're facing problems. When you're driving, you don't know what's going to happen in the next seconds. So it's trained to solve problems.
Okay.
That's coming like that, and you need to solve them very quickly. So there is a kind of, how can I say that, brain network that is done in Indians' minds that is, when well-driven, is making super good creative, and industry all over the world is starting to realize that.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to do Indian designers actually.
Great. I think we have seen some of the best trained students from you, specifically in product design and transportation design, whether it was DSK and now Strat, and they're working all around the world. I remember when the placements, and we will come to the placements and how do you develop that, because I know some of the global companies that have hired your students. We'll come to that. Yeah.
So yes, Strat in order to be an international school in India, Strat is linked with all the on a global brand all over the world. So we are working on having workshops with Google, Sodexo, Renault, all this kind of stuff.
Great. So moving ahead to introduce the next panelist and, to let her talk, Isadora, Gurukul School of Design, by Mr. Raghvendra Rathore, the ACE, lifestyle designer and fashion designer, and probably the most discreet and men's fashion designer on dressing up the most powerful men in the country, and his inspiration to open the school called Gurukul School of Design in Jaipur. So tell us about this Guru Shishya Parampara and the journey of learning at Gurukul School of Design.
Yes, I think my journey it's quite similar to Thomas, not that extensive, but I also came from a different part of the globe altogether. So I'm Brazilian. Yes. So what Gurukul happened is that they invited me to be part of the faculty. I was already integrated in the industry itself. I'm a product designer, and I was already working in Brazil, Canada, and then I received this wonderful opportunity to be part of this community that we call like the Gurukul way, which is exactly like to stay together. Like the ratio that we have with our students, it's 1 faculty to 5 students, which is absolutely amazing that we have. So the Gurukul way is exactly for you to be closer to the student, for you to understand the development that the student have and understand the evolution that the student is going to have. So at Gurukul, we are very focused on developing a designer, not a fashion designer or a textile designer or a product designer. We have the specializations, we have 4 specializations, but the focus at Gurukul, which I think it's the most global way, and it's the main approach that I think all colleges are doing right now, is to comprehend design as a whole area. So every time, since day one, since foundation, which is the first year, we offer our students projects that involves not only one specific area of design, but projects that challenge them to enhance their creativity and experiment with different areas of design. Because as soon as they get after 12, it's very hard for them to comprehend which area to go. At least with me in Brazil, it was like that. It was very hard for me to figure out if I wanted product design or if I wanted graphic design, visual communication. So at Gurukul, we have this facility that the student is able to, in the first year, experiment a little bit of everything. And then in the after years, they can choose one specialization, but they're still able to change their specialization. So they can move around different areas, which I think it's incredible.
So and the campus is very, very architecturally warm, very Jaipur.
It is.
It's not fancy. It's Gurukul and the haystacks and things like that. And I know it's more like a lounge, but a luxury Indian lounge.
Exactly.
So great. So we'll come back to your methodology, pedagogy, and how you're teaching at Gurukul. Moving ahead to the next big school and a big university in Bangalore, Presidency University, Madhusudan. So, Presidency University has started this journey for design 2 years back, and the second batch is what you're taking now. So, tell us something about this mammoth of the university, a lot of work that's happening inside, a lot of courses, and it's a different world altogether once you enter the gates of Presidency. So you want to talk about it, what you're doing in the design school there?
Yeah, absolutely. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to talk about Presidency University a little bit. School of Design is something we have just started, like what you mentioned just now. It's been a great year, foundation year that we've had. And where the students coming in from different arenas and with a lot of dreams. So they have a lot of dreams and aspirations that they want to achieve something in design. And before I came into Presidency, I've worked in industrial sector, specifically textile design for about 9 years. And I know what kind of demands that industry looks for in a design student. So what we basically do in School of Design is we not only encourage them to look at product, but also we encourage the students to look at the processes, the design processes rather than the product. And we don't constrain them to one single design exploration. They are free to dig deeper, research, develop their reasoning abilities, and look at design as not only a profession, but also to make it a part of their creative skills. So I think that is quite a challenge because they come from different backgrounds and different levels of understanding of design. So we train and make them adaptable and open to innovations and changes and challenging scenarios. So that is the reason our education system or the methodology has also focused on different unique platforms which caters to live projects and social intervention that help these students to understand design, I think, at a grassroots level. So that is basically the prime concern, which we have addressed successfully in the first year of foundation.
Great. Thank you, Madhusudan, and we'll come back to you again. And moving ahead to JB, and this new entrant in the world in the world of design education or fashion design education in India, that's Atelier Shravan Sabha. So, JB, do you want to talk about what is? I mean, I know there's a lot of excitement, and you're bringing in team from France and various places to help the students study and understand fashion from the perspective of Paris, largely. So, do you want to emphasize on what is it going to be like?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Sham. Yes, we are very excited about launching Atelier Shravan Sabha in Bangalore and Ahmedabad in the same time in India, because this school is one of the most famous schools of fashion design in France. We have 2 campuses in France, and we also we are in Berlin in Germany, and that is very important for us to be everywhere, because in Galileo Global Education Group, we say that the world is a village. So we want the children and the students to be able to change from one university to another, to make year 1 in a university, year 2 in another country, and to travel the world, to open their mind, and to meet a lot of people, a lot of culture, just to enhance their creativity and their curiosity and everything that makes a good designer, whatever the field. So, of course, Atelier Shravan Sabha will follow exactly the same frame and rules than Atelier Shravan Sabha, the mother school in Paris. And the main goal of this school is to extract the creativity of all the students. Most of the fashion design schools grant students from a degree that is called fashion design technologies. That's exactly the opposite that we want. We are not interested in technologies. We don't want to make technicians out of our students. We want to make creators. That's very important for us. We are not trying to feed all the ready-to-wear brands, but we want to train the next best design creators, like those, like Yves Saint Laurent or Karl Lagerfeld, or all these people. That's exactly our ambition. It's a big ambition. We are very ambitious, but we will do our best. And the school in Paris have already produced most of the big French fashion designer that you know. So what is important for us is the creativity, and we will reach this creativity with the baseline of all our schools, as well as Thomas for Stratov School of Design or Ethic. Learning by doing is something very important for us. We want the students to do and to learn by doing. I give you a simple example for Atelier Shravan Sabha. There will be 1 sewing machine for every student. In most of the school, there are a few sewing machines, and the students go on these machines one after the other. No, in Atelier Shravan Sabha, everyone has his own cutting table, sewing machine. Everything is individual, because that's the way you learn the best if you do it yourself. So we want to make great designers, and that's what we do. That's why I'm so excited and passionate. And just one final word. And the dean is an incredible lady who was also the dean of the best Chinese. She's French. She was the dean of Chinese, the most famous Chinese school of design, and she accepted to join us in Bangalore. So it will be a wonderful team to start.
I think Natalie was going to join us, but she couldn't, and Natalie is going to be the dean for the school.
Yes.
Yeah. So all the best for your school, and I can see the passion and the preparation that you put in for the campus and the school and the team together. All the best, and I hope the country welcomes you and the student respond to it favorably.
Thank you, Sham. Thank you, Sham.
Great. Moving to the next interesting and a very unique school, and HETIC. So it's a business school. So Lalit, tell us something about HETIC, because it's a business school. You're combining business management, you're combining design, humanities together, and and UI UX when it's so important. So tell us something about this unique concept in the school.
Okay. So HETIC as a business school, we are a business school, but we are primarily driven on the new technologies. So the basic premise is that the students who are joining our school today have all been born after the year 2000, almost all of them. And they have been exposed to technology at much earlier ages than the generation that came prior to that. So they are very much exposed to technology, and they are also in the best possible position to capitalize on the new technology and new advancements that are happening in this particular space. When we bring that existing knowledge of technology, overlap it with design and also the business aspect, we get a well-rounded professional who is acquainted with the design concepts, who excels at that, who is creative. At the same time, he knows what is the latest thing that is happening in the design world and use that to the advantage of the people. So we focus a lot on self-development or a guided development of our students. In HETIC, students are supposed to spend 75% of their time learning and doing things that they consider to be most important, something that interests them, something that that's their passion, something that becomes their ikigai in the longer run. What school is doing is creating this support framework so that they can learn. If they have a question, they don't have to search out. All the resources are available within the school, and they can build upon that knowledge and their interest on their own. So that's the unique aspect that we have. That students are proficient. This generation of the students are already acquainted. They have. If they need some information, instead of asking somebody elder, they typically go to Google and search for the information. They are already geared towards securing the knowledge. What we provide is a framework which enables this process to be more constructive and more productive for them.
Sure. All right. Okay. So I think. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
We can, Sean.
Great. So I think thank you, Lalit, for that, and thank you, panelists, for introducing the global things that you are bringing in from various parts of the world to India, and that was the objective of this panel, where we wanted to get in people from all perspectives. And there are many Indian design schools, but people coming from everywhere and bringing that in India is unique amongst all their design schools. So an Indian design learner in school doesn't do too much in design. They do art. They do and that's the maximum exposure to design that they have, because the school system doesn't support till 10th grade or even 12th grade. And some students prepare in 11th, 12th, and they come to your schools. Now, since last few years that you have been working with Indian students or a design learner, what do you think is different? What are the native approaches that they bring in, and what's the outcome like? Are you Isa? I think if you can start and tell us about your journey, and at Gurukul you have the second batch, the third batch coming this time.
Yes.
And you've had a lot of work. I know a lot of victories, a lot of wins in various things. So what is it that you see in student work and the outcome and this journey of learning? Are they matching up to those global standards, and what are you doing differently, and how are they coping up?
They definitely are. And I think what is the most impressive for me is to see the Indian student, they are able to combine the best of both worlds. So as Lalit was saying and Thomas was saying, the Indian student, he is absolutely aware of their identity. So the Indian identity is something that it is embedded in the in the student itself, and it's something that it's absolutely amazing. Especially at Gurukul, we try to focus on the internal market. So we focus on the Indian market mainly. So it's very important for us to see that the Indian student, he already has this notion of what is the aesthetics of Indian society, what is the kind of behavior that they have. So all the time they are bringing this card, and along with GSD, what we try to bring is a little bit of technologies and a little bit of design methodology, because it's important to combine both. But I think the Indian student, what it's the most amazing is that he's able to identify his own identity, is able to express who or she is, and then he is already aware of how to deal with jogad, right? He's already able to deal with problems. It's something that is part of the daily life, and it's something that I see completely in common in Brazil. We have the same phrase in Portuguese, so we have this in common. So with all these aspects, plus the technology, plus being born using apps, being connected all the time on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, like they already know the apps and they have the basic knowledge for that. So they
So do
bring
you talk
every
about the student work here?
Yes. So at Jesse, we try to work with all different specializations that we have. So we have a few works of product design, lifestyle accessories. They work with a lot with photography. We had recently a huge award that was the Sculpture Park competition. Our students were selected the first and the second prize to actually showcase their sculpture at the Sculpture Park here in Jaipur, and was a huge accomplishment. So we try to explore different levels of the students all the time, not only maturely in the craftsmanship, because they're already really good at it, but also in the thinking process. So in the design methodology, trying to see what are the resources they have and trying to incorporate that kind of identity all the time.
If you can put up the slide, please. I think that will be helpful for Isa to speak.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
in this second slide, we showcase a little bit more of the different visual communications that we have, the visual explorations. So we go with manual collages, taking magazines, to understanding what is going to be the next fashion trends and understanding the different softwares, the main softwares that we use. So Photoshop, Illustrator. We also try to incorporate apps all the time, so that our syllabus is always updated. It's never a boring day in the classroom, for sure.
Okay, great. So we'll come back on how they move on and how you prepare them for industry, Isa, in some time. But yeah, thanks for sharing this work, some work of students. Madhusudan, presidency, again, a lot of work. You have had this journey, the first year run already, the pilot batch, the second batch coming in now. So what is happening? How's the student coming up with your unique curriculum, and how is the student coping up? Do you want to share something with us?
Yeah, definitely. So what happens in the beginning of the foundation is we get a lot of aspirants who love creating things. They say like we love to draw, sketch, and paint. But then what happens, like what Mr. Lalit pointed out in the previous question, that these are the students who were born after 2000 and they are well equipped with technology. They have a lot of exposure to a lot of modern technology, and they know how to use them well. So what happens is basically another thing what Isa pointed out is Indian like students, they have a lot of exposure to their own culture. So I think that is probably a plus point, a biggest advantage that I'd like to point out, but because every student has got his or her own exposure towards their indigenous art, culture, and various other things. So I think that is a starting point where we take those skills and we try to develop them into useful, products or processes. So if you look at the slides, this was actually a community project that was developed with our students. So basically, what has happened here is the student had gone through a lot of research about Worli art, and then he tried to develop it into a comic strip or a graphic novel. So that is a basic idea. And another thing, what happens here is how much of this kind of art, or the indigenous or the cultural art forms, reach the global audience. So I think that is another way to provide our students with a lot of food for thought with the processes or with the activities that they do. So a lot of this information also comes up from the environment that they have grown up in, or a lot of opinions their parents or their friends give them. So I think culminating everything together and bringing out certain processes which are very unique, I think that is what School of Design has been doing for the last 1 year. And I think from the time where they said that the students just told that they wanted to create things, to looking at various technology aspects, or in this slide where you look at biomimicry, I mean exploring the aspect of biomimicry, which most of them consider to be a form of pure science, and to bring that into the design aspect, I think it is a huge leap in terms of the individual student abilities.
Sure. Great. Thank you, Madhusudan. So yeah, that's a perspective on how students are coping up with foundation, and they're also learning. There is an engineering school in engineering school. There is a law school. There is an MBA school in Presidency University. So it also gives you a lot of interdisciplinary learning projects and exposure. Moving to Thomas. And the Start School of Design, and prior to that, your French way of teaching, and a lot of exposure that I've seen how you like to give to the students in terms of learning. Tell us something about how the student is learning, how student is responding, and the outcome that is coming up. Are they matching your expectation? You had a session last week where you had the head of Pininfarina and Decathlon and Sodexo. And remember, these are the employers that are going to finally take the students from India.
They are not only you're right, Sham, they are not only the employers, they are also our partners. It means these companies, Strat in France, is 30 years old, more than 30 years old. So here we are very young in India. We are a young school. We are only going to start our third batch. But our network, our education engineering, our courses, all this has been polished during the last 30 years with the best designers from all over the country in Europe has polished this. And now we are exporting this to India, and we are using all the network that we have to work with our students in India. So we've got as well all the network coming from France, but also the network that is international. So Pinis and Italian, you just named it. So all the students are reacting for that. It's very tough for them, actually. That means it's very tough for them because we are going very fast in Strat. Okay, we are making the student work a lot, and the first 3 months are very difficult. But after that, they are coping very well for the industry, and because they are working every day with professionals that are not teachers. Teachers are always willing to be kind with students. Here we are working most of the time with professionals that are expecting things to be professional from the students. So it's pushing, the student towards excellence, and it's making them grow very fast. So, for example, we had a student last year, Ivanka, who was taking part of TVS, the graphic competition for the new NTORC. And out of all the schools in India, they choose a Strat among the NID, MIT, and IDC. And students of the other school were 4, 5, and 6 years students. Our own very young school could only provide 1.5 years old students, and we won.
Correct.
So our student for year one students won against year 4 and 5 from NID and IDC. So this is what I'm trying to express is that the foundation that we are putting in Strat is going very fast. We are making students work very fast and because we've got a very, I would say, corporate way of teaching that is very efficient. And it's mixing, we are having a sequences of theory that is very small, very big practice after we are doing this directly in projects. So this sequence is very well organized, and students are taking the best from it, and they are going very well. So the results are very interesting. There is a very good ambience in the school, and we are, most of the results that we obtain is because we managed to have a very good cohesion, like a very good bond. We call it the Stratos spirit, Stratos for Strat, which is the way of thinking and the family thinking of the school that is really, really working well. And students work a lot peers to peers, with the teachers being not really teachers, but more mentors inside the class. So this kind of teaching is really, really interesting, and giving some really, really good result, because students don't feel like they are working super hard. They are. but they feel happy because they are seeing in projects that are coming very often, they are seeing themselves progress. So, when you see your progress, you take some happiness, so you want to do more in order to have the growing spiral. And this is something that is very, very important in the STRAT methodology, is to keep the students passionate about everything they do, because this is the only way to make them grow. We are more into the pull teaching than the push.
Correct.
Making a big difference.
So yeah, so keep them passionate, high intensity of learning and training, and such that and obviously there is a lot of rigor. I have seen the rigor in DSK.
But it's a fun rigor. Huh? We are not a military school at all. Huh?
Of course, rigor with passion is always fun. So rigor with passion and yeah. So
and the other very big keys are industry oriented projects on a practical based teaching. This is really what is making the big difference.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back to you on that. JB, so Atelier Shema Sava. Now, how is that, the work that's been happening in Paris and other places and around the world in the school? What is it that you're bringing in to India with your team? How do you think you're looking? What is your plan? So I think, while JB joins us, Lalit, HETIC also has been doing some work, and you want to tell us about the school. What is the school going to be like?
In this context of Indian student being different and being they have some unique traits, I think there is something that stands out during my interaction with the students who are approaching our school. About 50 to 60% students that we interview for our program, they have either they are doing something on their own, they are entrepreneurs, or if you ask them a question, what do you want to do in 5 to 10 years down the line, they have at least 60% of the students answer that they want to have something of their own. They want to have their startup. They want to start something on their own. And that's something that's very unique about, I would say, about the current generation of Indian students. HETIC as a school, we are actually one of the best positioned schools to capitalize on this interest of our students. HETIC Paris, out of a batch that passes out in a year, about 80% of the students are entrepreneurs. They have their own companies, they're independent contractors, they are doing something on their own. Actually, this starts from the year 2 and year 3 itself. We try to give them the skills that make them entrepreneur. They have in-demand skills in the market. Even if they want to do freelancing or some other type of work, they can actually engage them from year 2 onwards. So what we try to do is, by giving this complete perspective of business, how not just to be able to create things, but look at all the 3 things together. Look at the user desirability perspective, look at the technological feasibility perspective, and also look at business viability perspective. When this spectrum of knowledge is complete, it helps them become the entrepreneur that they want to be. And this, looking at the Indian current population, current generation of students, to meet their aspirations of being entrepreneur is a very critical element.
Correct. So thank you, Lalit. So coming to the next point that we have is employability and jobs and or entrepreneurship, as one would call it. We are going to churn out 5,000 to 6,000 designers from next year, because there are 50 design schools almost. And if there are a lot of schools opening every year, there are 2 or 3 new schools, design schools. But next year we will estimate it to graduate 5,000 to 6,000 designers from India. While China has 1 lakh design graduates every year. Now, obviously, in India we have a lot of demand. So then the supply, and so that's a good side of it, right? But what are you doing? What are you guys doing in your schools to look at employability and develop that skill so that the student is ready for the industry? Because we know internally a lot of students coming out of the most reputed design schools in India are still not the most employable. You can't call them employable, certainly not at the global level. Right. So what is it that you're doing? And Isa, maybe you can take that question and tell us something about the way you look at developing skills for the industry, get them industry ready, and what are you doing?
I think, as you said, like the number of young designers that we have right now is like huge.
Yeah.
And at GSD, what we try to focus is we want students that want to be entrepreneurs, that want to start their own business. And what GSD offers, I think it's very like the philosophy of Raghvendra Rathore. It's like a curated, we call it corporate mentorship, which is like the students, they are going to get together with the best of the industry. And it's something that is completely unique to GSD. And what we offer is like, since the foundation, like interactions with Anita Dongri, Shalina Pasi. I'm not, guys, I'm so bad.
Tarun
Yes.
Taimani, and yeah.
Yes. So we are offering like big names of the industry. And of course, we have sessions with Raghvendra himself. So what we try to incorporate at GSE is this kind of mindset, is that for you to be an entrepreneur, you need to have this kind of understanding of how the industry works and how the big names are having like these insights. So we offer this kind of relationship, this unique relationship with our students, with these giant names. So this kind of experience I have seen only GSD offering, and I think it's absolutely incredible. And we have these sessions with different areas, with the fashion industry, with graphic design, packaging. We also offer small projects for the students, for them to actually already have like their products sold in the industry by the time that they're getting out of the 4 years course.
Yeah.
So what we offer is absolutely incredible. So since the foundation year, before they even go to the specialization that they have, they already have this kind of insights. And at GSE, what we offer is the Bachelor of Design. So it's a 4 years degree that we offer by the Jaipur Engineering College and Research Center in Jaipur. So it's completely accepted nationally and
With all these
internationally.
specializations, yeah.
Yes, so we have fashion design, textile design, visual communication, and lifestyle product design.
Great. So thank you, sir. Thomas, you do a lot of work with the industry, and tell us something about Strat in terms of how you're getting the student ready.
So we are doing mostly what Isadora just said is really the key to that. It's of course creating the link between the students and the biggest companies of the industry in order for them to scan students and to notice who's good, who's not good from the beginning. Like in crickets, kids when they are 9, they already scan to see who's going to be good and things like that. And the companies are following these guys. I've got designers that has been spotted when they were in second year, and the companies paid for their studies and recruit them at the end. So this is happening. So the link with the industry from the beginning is really, really important. Isadora is right about that. But also, in order to be sure that your students are going to be recruited by the industry, by the biggest industry, be sure that how you teach them is going to be matching what the industry is awaiting from them.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, what we do in Strat, we have partnership on boards, meetings with all these big names of big companies in order to review our syllabus every year, in order to adapt to what's coming. Because VR modeling is something that is not yet very common, but it's coming. So we are going to start teaching them because the industry is expecting to use it in 3-4 years, and it means when our students are going to be out. So this is the kind of stuff that we do. We are updating according to the industry and what the industry is asking us to do, to be sure that our students are always having exactly the skills that are matching with the industry requirements. Names. Of course, in India and all over the world, there are different levels of design jobs, like any jobs. You've got low-level jobs, middle and high jobs. In Strat, due to the big networks that we have, mostly we are targeting the highest demanding job in order to be sure that our students will be skilled for any situation and whatever they want.
Great. Madhusudan, do you want to quickly cover on the employability bit and how you're getting the student industry ready?
Yeah, absolutely. So right from the foundation year, we have been having a lot of exposure towards industry through field visits and on-site visits, where we have this little experiment called FarmWay, which was basically an interaction with the vineyard farmers around the campus.
Yeah.
And that is converted into a kind of project. So it was basically a community project, which is then taken forward to the industrial level. So I think these kind of industrial exposures is what we've been giving to the students right in the foundation year. And also in terms of workshops and master classes, the students have already had exposure from various design practitioners and industry experts, wherein students get an understanding that design is not something about only creating products, but also about achieving the sustainability in their design practices. So I think in this aspect, there are a lot of students who want to work with industries, and like Mr. Lalit pointed out, some who want to start their own enterprise, and they would even want to work with small scale and middle scale industries. So they want to work with handicrafts, which we have given already an exposure to the students through a lot of panel discussions and other workshops. So I think this has been the kind of industry exposure for the foundation students in School of Design.
Great. Thank you. So do we have JB? JB has a technical problem, so I don't think he's on board. Moving to okay. Is JB there online? Okay. All right. So,
I've got technical issues.
Can you? But we can hear you.
I've got some technical issues. I don't know why everything is frozen.
But we can hear you, so we can hear you. We can hear you. All right. Can you hear?
But I can't. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Okay. All right. No, we can't hear you. All right. So obviously you all are niche schools, and the faculty-student ratio is very. I mean, less is 1:8 to 10 in most of your schools. It's not a wholesale kind of a. The intakes are not at hundreds because and that's on purpose. Whether it's Strat, whether it's GST, whether it's presidency, or I'm sure you've taken athlete too. So how does that translate into learning outcome? And Thomas and Isa, if you can elaborate on that, maybe
Yeah. So very it's very important. Creative fields are not like engineering, where you teach a formula and everybody will use the same formula to do the same result. Okay. In design, it's creativity. Creativity is really linked with your emotions, with how you feel, what you know, and who you are. So you can't teach something for a full class the same way. So it's impossible to make a good design and creativity, whatever, being product design and fashion design, digital design, whatever the design, as soon as it's creative, you can't teach 30, 40, 60 guys at the same time. You can't, because there will be different way of understanding the courses. So you need to be very specific. And for that, you need to reduce the number of students per batch in order to have a lot of interaction. Because some students will want some visual demonstration to understand. Some other will want to speak to you. Some other will want to hear. So there is different way. So it's really important in order to unleash really the creativity, the personal creativity of each student, to be sure that you're aiming at these students, that you're spending time on knowing your student in order to be able to teach him or her the way she or he wants and need. To be sure that at the end, you don't have creative robots. Because there's a lot of schools where you have 200 students that are all having the same project, same portfolio, same things. And you don't know who they are, and you don't know what they are going to do.
Yeah.
So what we do, we've got only one class will be never more than 25 students. Mostly we are trying to get these 20 students. And we are spending time with them in order to be sure that at the end, their portfolio, because portfolio is the most important thing for recruitments, all the BDES, BSc, all the graduations, nobody cares in the industry. What's important is the portfolio. And in order to be hired, your portfolio need to be a representative of who you are and what you can do. So it's very important to be sure that when you're training the students, that you train him well and according to his true value and true personality, because the portfolio is his own personal identity, the professional identity of the designer. So spending time with students is the most important. So this is what we do. We've got 1 or 2 teachers for less than 25 students, and we will never go more than that, because it's really how you nurture the creativity of students.
Correct. Isa, I think, do you share the same kind of,
I totally agree with Thomas. And we have a similar approach as GSD. One thing that we also try to incorporate every day is that we have GSD well-being. So we also focus on the body and not only on the mind in the process, in the design process, but we also try to incorporate and create a safe environment for you to be the most creative that you can be. So for example, we have regular yoga classes for all the students. We take care nutritional aspects of the meals that we offer in the campus. So these elements, it's really important because that's going to make you feel comfortable and feel like, okay, I belong here. So even what you said, Sean, in the beginning, like the campus that we have, it was designed for that. It was designed more to be a lounge for you to be able to breathe and be creative as maximum as you can.
Yeah, a very, very warm campus. Yeah.
Yeah, I relate to that because in our new campus in Yelahanka, we will also have a big farm for organic farming in order to bring some good meals and good energy to our students that will need it in order to be working during the 5 years of the course. Yeah.
Great. So since we have JV back, JV, do you talk about how in Atelier Sharon Sava you're trying to bring make them employable at a global level, and what is it that you're going to do differently as a niche school?
The thing is, whatever the domain in design, I think it's the same for I'm sure it's the same for Thomas, and also in ethic. We are trying to train people for tomorrow.
Yeah.
We are not interested in making designers for today. Today's needs are already fulfilled, no problem. What we want to do, our goal is to change the world. It's something a little bit more ambitious than training professionals. So even if it's a niche, of course, domains, we have a vision of the future, and we think that in the future, all the managers will be designers. Whatever the field, of course, it's a little bit different for fashion design because it's maybe more it's less technical and more creative, maybe. But anyway, that's the same approach. The approach, the global approach of design that we have in the group is this one. Whatever niche or not niche, we think that we are making, we will change the world, and we are working for tomorrow, not for today.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Great.
So if I can just develop a little bit on that, because this is exactly the mentors of Strat. Students are joining today, and they are going to go out in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. So what you teach them today need to be fulfilling what the requirement of what's coming in 6 years. And that's why we are trying in Strat, Ethic, and Chardon Savoir to teach what's coming and what not what's needed today from the industry or for the people. We're trying to make them more than just designers, because today the job of designers is going to change. It's changing. Designers before were the guys that were doing. And now designers are climbing up the ladder of the hierarchy inside the companies, and they're being the decision makers. You will see a lot of VP design, people that are in the board of the big companies taking all the decisions. And we need to train designers not just to be good in color, on drawing, and all this kind of stuff. They need to be good in thinking globally. Thinking globally for the products, for the clothes, for the electronic, for the phone, for whatever they're doing. But also thinking about the strategy of tomorrow, thinking about business, thinking about people, thinking about how to, logistic for a company, all this kind of stuff. So designers need to be the one that are going to take the big decision in the future, because designers, this is what we do in Strat, we think that designers are going to be the one, as GB said, that are going to change the future.
Correct.
Every decision that designers take, it changes the world of tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you design an iPhone that is even bigger, it will change the way people are going to live during the next 4 or 5 years. If I make something that is different, so every decision that designer takes, it impacting the world. So we need to be sure that they are going to be taken in the good way, and we need to be sure that these designers are trained not only to be designers, but to be the leaders on the decision maker of the big companies of tomorrow.
Sure. So that brings us to the last question of the session today. Is that with this COVID-19 situation and academics getting impacted, how has your institute adapted to this change, and what are the best practices you're bringing in from other campuses around the world that you all might have, or in India, what we have experienced? So Madhusudan, we'll start with you, and then we will move. Yeah.
So over the last 3 months, we've had this online session, just like how the world is following up with the education system. So I must say that the response and the kind of feedback in terms of the quality of work that we have got from students is something I would say is much better than what they would have otherwise had. So, and this is quite an advantage for us at this point of time, because a lot of audiovisual tools or different other digital platforms that weren't experimented with so far, I think they have come into the mainstream, and we have successfully implemented that, and the masterclasses and workshops have continued to be done on an online mode. And this, I think, the online system has helped us connect with the industry experts in a much easier way and at their convenient timing. So I think this has helped us to build a kind of skill building on a regular basis, and also engage with the students in a much more comfortable way. So I think virtual on-site or industrial experience is also another thing that we have experimented with, and which has paid us huge rewards in terms of giving the students with a very rich experience.
So I think it has opened up new avenues, and I think we'll continue that for the next maybe semester or the first semester. Starting
so I think this is more than delivering the ideas. It is more than that, and this is more about exchanging of ideas between industry and students. And I think this is one big leap for us.
Great. So Isa, I was talking to some of your students, and I remember they telling me that their internships have gone online. It's not only that they're studying, but their internships are also continuing. So tell us something about.
So I think it's similar. The approach that GSD is doing, it's similar, I think, to all the other schools. We are continuing to have the classes online, especially by the end of the semester. We are also having masterclass. So we had a masterclass with Sandra from New York. We also had masterclass with Tarangarora. So we are continuing the daily basis now online. And not only that, what we think that maybe it's not enough, but we are also offering a scholarship due to the COVID. So 50% of the need-based scholarships is being offered for the entire year. So I think this is incredible that we are trying to help as much as possible, not only with the classes, but also helping to the fees. That is something that I think most of the parents probably are more worried, right?
Parents and students will.
So, according to the online courses, we also have been doing online courses like all the universities, and I think this is the technical part that is something that everybody have to do now. It's something that we have to shift to the online courses. So you need to adapt your way you teach, because the attention of students is far less online than face to face. So this is for me something that is done. What we need also to think is the content of those courses that need to evolve, because COVID is also a very good. It's a beacon. It's something that is showing that the world is not going the good way, and it's going to be a big change coming. So this also, this COVID is not only going online or not. Of course, we are ready to go online. We've got everything. We've got also, all this connection that are more easy with designers from BMW in Germany or in US. We just have a workshop, also a 3 weeks workshop with a designer from them. So this is going to be very easy.
Yeah.
But what is more important is to imagine that what's coming and how the contents of the courses that need to be changed. So instead, we are changing a big part of our contents in order to adapt to what's coming, because the world that was going this way is not going this way. This COVID, there is a big change. So the courses are also evolving. We were teaching things that are going to be irrelevant in the next 2 or 3 years. So not only we went online, but we are also changing drastically what to be taught and how to teach it.
Sure.
Something that is very, very.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Lalit, I think any last sentence or last word to share on?
Just one point. I think what COVID has done for us, we in HETEC always had the tradition that we would get faculties who are teaching in our parent institute in France come over to India, and they used to deliver the sessions here. Of late, this has not been possible. But that has opened up a possibility that the French faculties can teach remotely from France.
Correct.
And now, what the interaction that used to be maybe 5 times a semester can go up now more, because they don't have to travel, and we have got the right infrastructure. We have got Blackboard implementation, we have G Suite for education, and we have got additional functionalities that we have taken up. So with that, we can deliver almost the same level of quality of the content remotely also. So
Great.
it allows us to tap into many international resources also, who are the best and the leaders in the area to work with us.
Great. I think that's important. That this has made us look at education and everything our lives differently. I think thank you so much, Thomas, JB, Lalit, Isa, Madhusudan, and for joining us. I really appreciate the work that your schools are doing. I think they are niche schools. They're set out to do on a mission, and obviously we will together make the Indian youth, which is the highest in number in the world now, more employable and or a good entrepreneur, make them successful. And thank you for coming on Edutainment today and spending your valuable time at this time. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sham.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Say no more. I am not bothered if you're keeping score. I'm only looking for some room to breathe. Just a blanket for my hopes and dreams. Just one moment to be free. Just one moment to be free. Just a blanket for my hopes and dreams. Just one moment to be free.
everyone. We are all set. It's time now for the third panel of the day. And the third panel was all about the evolving careers in advertising. Now, all businesses, from whether it is a small business or it is a big business, they all kind of bank on advertising to kind of sell their products. Now, from small stores to large corporations, they all depend on advertising and to advertise their services, their products in front of the consumers. Putting together an ad campaign requires the work of both creative talent to plan, to design, and write copy, and the business experts to manage sales as well as track results. While advertising careers were once limited to print, probably, television and radio, rapid advances in technology have expanded the opportunities to online media as well. To talk about the evolving careers in advertising, we have with us a very interesting panel. The moderator for this session will be Rohit Raj, co-founder and creative chief, The Glitch; Harshal Karia, CEO India at Proof Analytics, managing director at Shebang; PG Aditya, executive creative director, Dentsu Web Chutney; Dr. Sameer Karkhanis, CEO Yangpu, executive education. I will be handing over the session, of course, to our moderator to kindly take the discussion forward from here. So over to you, Rohit.
Thanks, Sanchali. So what a time to be doing this. It's like seeing everybody at the same time in different small little panels is not exactly how I thought we would be doing this. But yeah, nonetheless, thank you guys for joining in. These guys, when they reached out and put this panel together, I thought it was a very interesting set of people and in terms of discussion and stuff that we could have around. But more than just evolving careers, right? So it's, if we had this discussion somewhere in December 2019 versus our discussion today, I'm sure there's a big shift in that. And I still remember, so I work with a bunch of startups, and back in 2019, I was talking to a couple of them, and this one of these startups was talking about how their entire team works remotely from different geographies. And at that point, I looked at them, I envied them, because there's somebody sitting in Belgium and one guy sitting in Goa, and I was like, dude, I wish I could do that. But advertising, you can never remote work. That was a statement I had made in 2019. Cut to today, it's like life is completely changed, right? So we're all sitting at home. Except Harshal, clearly you seem to be sitting in office. So it's
just me, myself.
Yeah, it's just you. PG, I think your mic's off. You're muted.
Sorry. I just said Harshal looks like he has a very envious background because he's in office.
Yeah. So that actually brings me to that first half of the question, right? So in terms of what, because you said envious background, how has remote working been for you? Like, I put out my point right up front, right? I wasn't sure when we started. 1 week into it, I was like, dude, this is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Like, I'm like suddenly far more productive. And now, so I understand the first 21 days, everybody went through different cycles. But today, if you ask me, can I do this again? I think we've declared a work from home for the whole year at Glitch. And what we've decided to do is, even when we go back to quote unquote normal, we don't see ourselves being 100% working from office organization. We want to be expanding on that front because we see that there is merit in this, etc. But I just actually want to understand from you guys as to how has this been? How has remote working been first? And do you see this as a future?
So Rohit, I'll go first on this one. Actually, the reason I'm in the office right now is because I'm thinking about exactly this. I'm sitting here in the office trying to visualize how 2021 is going to be and how we're going to be able to work with the screen and work with people. So I want to actually try to take this time to just do these experiments in terms of how to remodel the workplace, how to make the most of, ensuring, exploring like a 2-day work week in the office, 3-day work week in the office. Of course, it has massive cost ramifications as well. So, depending on the size of the company, you can, have a good amount of saving on your P&L if you have it. And then those savings get reinvested in other things. So really, how does that really shape up and how do you build a stronger creative culture is what I'm trying to think about. So I loved working from home. I was the same as you. I don't think we can do remote working. I don't think we can do working across screens. And then suddenly I'm seeing teams from Bombay and Bangalore working very easily, a freelancer in Jaipur working very easily. So it's been fantastic. I think, a lot of you will echo the same thoughts. I'm sure all of us have faced that. And, I think, the one very important point, I think, is that I was listening to this chat by Azim Premji on how they built Wipro. And, he said that every year when we increased our workforce, we actually had 5 to 7% of productivity gains. And I was thinking to myself, I don't think that, our organizations as much, the digital agencies per se, I don't think we've really focused on the 5 to 7% of productivity gain very aggressively. And I think what we've not focused in the last 3 years, we've been forced to focus on now suddenly. And, this is kind of like a 20% productivity gain correction that we've kind of had. So I think it's, apart from the fact that the medical part of it is really bad, and, the impact on the economy is really bad. I think, I think we've all got to see it as, especially the creative profession has got to see it as the addition in our armor, if you may.
I actually have a small point on that productivity gain piece that you spoke of. And I actually really want to understand how much of it is true, right? Because one that we've realized, there is a huge job insecurity in the market. So everybody is sitting there looking at their peers losing jobs, etc. So, and while maybe you guys haven't, and we haven't, and none of us here have probably cut jobs, the people here are worried that if I don't perform 150%, I may lose my job. So they're all doing more than what they needed to do. And we're actually turning to them and having to say, guys, slow down, don't do this, because I don't want you to burn out eventually. But this whole productivity gain could even primarily stem from this fear that's lurking in the thing.
I agree. Excellent point. I think that the productivity gain, while I agree with your point, I think some elements of productivity gain are, I just think in terms of people kind of embracing technology, people not going to meetings, all of those things are big productivity gains which are here to stay. So I agree with your point about, the people really going ham at it. And I think that is more short term, because, I think all of us have seen that, kam paise mein zyada kaam is, what all of us have seen. But I think that's more short term.
Do you guys have to add on to these pieces? How's remote working been?
I think just from an advertising perspective, right? We love to claim ownership of this entire thing called work culture. We used to own it back in the 60s and 70s. We used to own it. Now WeWork owns it, and it's easy for a company to be able to scale that concept that was prototyped as work culture by advertising, several years ago. I think it now, and therefore I think that's something which for a fact that when we used to say the kind of person who does best in advertising is usually an extrovert, is usually someone who doesn't mind speaking up at meetings, at presentations. She might have a fantastic chemistry with people around her, etc. And those kind of people right now find a lot of their skill sets kind of moot because it doesn't exactly translate. Because I know some fantastic speakers who hate writing emails. For instance, that's not the best way to express themselves. They'd much rather get on a call with you and talk it out. But so what we deem as successful traits in advertising itself, I think, is undergoing a slight makeover. So now we've been proud of our work culture, but I think these last 3 months is a good pilot to understand what our work from home culture is. I think that requires a slightly different vocabulary of its own. I think a lot of us have seen ourselves embracing voice notes like never before. A personal hack to do an entire brief over a voice note is, if you have let's say a 10-minute big brief, right? Tell it out paragraph by paragraph and then annotate the voice note after that. Say, here's the first one, here's the big challenge, here's this. And then in 5 voice notes, you've got that entire thing kind of written out. What it does is, and why I'm saying this is because I think one really interesting thing that's come out is, I think we know now more than ever that it's so hard to maintain tone over text. I find myself tempted to use a smiley at the end of every sentence just so that I make sure I'm not coming across as rude or impolite or whatever over an email, right? Like I think, Harshal, what you mentioned, the screen comes with its own kind of rules, and what constitutes, a civil good meeting and did they like it? Did they not like it, etc. So there's a lot more blurred lines right now because you can't see the person face to face. And it's also then a great opportunity for someone who feels that they don't have the traditional, pre-COVID advertising skill set, so to speak, and to understand, okay, how can I take advantage of this now? For instance, if you're not someone who, is super vocal in a meeting or someone of that nature, but you find yourself being able to articulate yourself so much better over, let's say, email, generally, and that's where you see your personality coming out best. Work from home is a fantastic scenario where that's in the driver's seat now, more than the other one, right? So I think it's given an opportunity for a new kind of personality to take center stage in our industry, and I find that pretty exciting.
Yep. Thank you.
So luckily in our case, we are a pure B2C kind of a performance company, and we are into upskilling and training. So one good interesting thing happened to us. We used to feel we should need many counseling centers across the country, and there are hierarchies, metrics, senior counselors, all of those. So all of those have completely vanished now. Everybody, so the productivity part, which Harshal also mentioned, is at the highest level today. Because if you don't perform, you don't get those kind of remunerations anymore. So the entire team management skills and all, we have moved on technology. So people can, so it's absolutely metrics on technology now. So worked fantastically well. Also what Aditya said now, there were many people, and we are a people company. We need to counsel students and working executives, So really people who are not good at presentation or appearance, or who are fantastic in written communication on WhatsApp, on sending standardized documents and communication to their consumers. So that has worked very well. Also now this is a time to really think, do we need offices for all of this? Because online education has really, this COVID has worked very well, fortunately for us, and people are losing jobs. As you said, there is insecurity, so they need a skill. So they are inquiring with us what next to do. So all in all, looks good.
Thank you. Actually, even PG, to add to your point that you made earlier, right? We have this thing. So when we do brainstorms, which is the virtual brainstorms, we make it mandatory for everybody to put their video on. Because the whole point, there is a 2-minute awkwardness when somebody says an idea and there's silence otherwise. It's almost the death of the idea in those 2 minutes of silence, because everybody's processing it and you can't read anybody. The good thing that's come out of this, though, is like you rightly said about the introverts, and not just the introverts, it's somebody who's new in the system, or somebody who's an intern who's in that brainstorm, right? Who otherwise whose voice would have been drowned out by 20 other things, is able to chat on that window beside, and sometimes the greatest idea is sitting right there. So it's so the pros and the cons. I mean, we literally have to weigh the.
I can tell you're the introvert in the room.
Yeah. Which actually takes me to the interesting point. So Harshal, you mentioned this, right? How suddenly you're saying two geographies working together very smoothly. We've seen the same thing, right? So for example, Delhi and Bombay, we have, while they all sit under the same umbrella, they work as independent units. You'll try your best to do this one team, etc., but they want to do their own thing. Suddenly here, everybody, I'm seeing that synergy, right? I can see people working together. Which brings me to this question, and I've said this infamously way too many times, that I think my role is redundant. Okay, I keep saying this: the chief creative officer, or whatever that the national creative thing, I think is a very redundant role, because it's, if you're handling 18 jobs, the worst for me is the global creative officer. Okay, because you're handling 18 countries, there is no chance you're able to sit and go through or work with them. Yeah, there is a creative vision you can probably drive out, but I don't know what else you can bring to the table. But now with COVID, etc., coming in, is that role that much more important? Because suddenly I'm actually part of brainstorms in Delhi, in Bangalore, in Bombay as well. Because earlier I would just be privy to them, probably brought in 2 days before the pitch, where I've had to fly into that country. Nobody believes in this FaceTime or Zoom calls, right? So do you see that? Is that role which, I mean, I don't know if you agreed on the same point that I did, but if you did, do you see that role actually taking a larger precedence now, or do you still think that is that even needed?
Should I take this?
Yeah.
So I think all of us at at leadership levels are undergoing a slight makeover, right? And I don't think that's only the chief creative officer. I'm sure the chief business officer, chief media officer, all of them, any C-suite executive at this point is having is and deservedly so. I think it's a good question to ask ourselves. I think I don't know, man. I'm kind of taking it 1 week at a time on that front. Maybe possibly, like, as we know, in a lot of our offices, I think Bombay is the worst hit in terms of COVID. So we might see some other branches opening up a little before Bombay does as well. So as for what I see my role becoming, etc., I'm honestly going to have to see how it kind of pans. I think Rohit, what you said a little earlier about even after post lockdown, right? Like offices having possibly 3 days, 4 days, like reimagining reimagining the purpose of the workspace. Nothing else. Like I'm really looking forward to us asking questions like, yes, but does that need us to be in office for it to happen?
Yeah.
Because then what it means is being in office does not just mean getting the job done. Being in office also means by the end of those 3 hours, you guys have a laugh, you guys whatever, camaraderie. It has its own agenda. That workspace ends up having its slightly own agenda. Rather, and while work from home has its own agenda. So I'm going to kind of see how that kind of takes shape. It's a very, very organic process. I don't think it's a 10 commandments kind of a thing that we can listen to and then, spread the word of Christ kind of a thing. But just want to see how it kind of pans out in a couple of other branches before and kind of keep it a little close to the earth on that front.
Good. I think, for me, and I speak for myself, I think that, this time I think I've upskilled myself a lot in these few months. I don't think that the amount of learning that I've done in the last, 3 odd months, just in terms of, I would say, learning in terms of how to handle a workforce, learning in terms of breaking my own mind shackles, learning in terms of, some of these things that you speak about. How can you increase your span of control, or rather your span of unlocking people, if you may, not so much control. How can you kind of, a lot of these things with respect to the preconceived notions are all being broken. And as a result of that, we are all being asked in a sense, it's the demand on all of us that we need to be, if you want to be sitting in the seat, you need to be learning faster than the other guys. Right. So I agree that it's, like as PG said, is 1 day at a time. And I also agree with your point that it's, I think, actually, while I agree with your point, I think it's also good for us to be kind of honest with ourselves and said that we screwed up, when we didn't think about this earlier. And we screwed up when we were not thinking about all these things earlier. So, a lot of these things in terms of how we need to be running the business are being questioned. We've been forced to think about these things. And I think that, at this point in time, my mind is just thinking, let's start thinking 2 years ahead. And how do I start thinking 2 years ahead? I've actually written down with my set of people, I've said, I've also put down a 10 years and a 20 years, and I'm taking more time to think about that because I think that's, if I'm not doing that, then I'm not really questioning what I'm functioning within. So I think that's been the most enriching part or the exciting part, if you may, for me.
Oh, like a 10-year plan is quite tough to draw. Like I can't imagine somebody.
It's too overwhelming, man. It's too overwhelming. Like 10-year plan.
I don't make more than 6-month plans. I'm glad I didn't, because if I did make a 5-year plan in 2016, right now I would be sitting there in complete jeopardy. But no, I get it. I understand that you'd be looking.
Yeah, of course, it's got to be like, you got to have the wiggle room.
It's not a rigid plan. It's.
Yeah, so I feel like, honestly, I know, while I can pride myself to say a little bit I can do my writing and, visual style, I'm not as good as PG and you on the creative front. So I got to make myself useful to the business in some way.
So let me just give you a perspective. So we deal with CEOs, CXOs for advanced management and leadership programs, for the Harvard Business School and the leading other schools across the world. So that's what we do in India. And the kind of inquiries which we are getting today from CXOs, board members, and C-suite is for the uncertainty which they are seeing for themselves in career and the drawbacks which they are currently having in the skill sets which they have. So people today ask us or enroll for programs like a disruptive strategy for managing how to deal with difficult people, cross functional skills, how do they lead and plan those kind of things, how do they do alternate investment decisions for companies, because at your levels today, if you were investing on a good quality manpower, tomorrow you may have to invest probably more on a Martech kind of arrangement, because your clients are going to demand that. So these are decisions which younger CXOs are not able to take, typically managing diversity and opposing mindsets, So these are the kind of inquiries which we are now generating from CXOs. What do we do next? So because they are in a dilemma. So there are two sets of skills. What are the requirements of tomorrow, and am I equipped for that kind of the realities of tomorrow? Many of them, I must tell you, are looking at programs on how do they turn entrepreneurs from very, very, very big jobs, because they are thinking, I was going to do that at the age of 45. Can I do it at the age of 35? So what skills do I need? So that is the uncertainty which we are seeing academically.
Which actually is a nice pivot for where we want to head to, right? So because the whole topic is about the evolving careers in advertising, and I know we went into COVID and the post-COVID world, etc. But what exactly has changed in terms of when it comes to marketing, right? So if you were to look at that, and that would probably be a good starting point to look at what are these new careers that have come out of it. I mean, from a simple point, like I've never worked in advertising ever in my life, right? So I worked at in a television channel before we started agency, and then it kind of didn't know the rules of advertising per se. So we managed to shape it accordingly at that point of time as per what was required. But now when I see it, right? So back in the day there was art and copy. There were like two teams of that. Today that's moved to more like a studio. There was a core planning team that exists. Today we have behavioral scientists and data. I mean, put whatever jargon you want to put in your this thing, but it's got a lot of new roles coming in, right? And all of you are specialists in each of those segments. So I actually want to look at it from that lens. So say, for example, PG, you should be telling us in terms of where has this evolved from a creative standpoint. And I know you've studied in MICA, right, which is the advertising school. So what they taught you there to what has happened today, I'm sure there's a change. So if you could talk about that. And Harshil, you've moved from agency to agency plus data science and all of those cool things that matter right now. And Dr. Samir, you've been in the crux of this evolving spectrum. So I'd like to hear all of your points on this right here. Yeah, go for it. Anybody can take it.
If I can go first, I think the 2 or 3 areas which are added to advertising, if you may. So I think number one is that most of us are realizing, and most of us, when we see that we can work virtually or remotely, most of us are realizing that India cannot be our only market. So I think a lot of us are kind of trying to look at how we can win business from across borders as well. So we've seen some early signs on that, some business from Arabia, some business from Vietnam post-COVID, and we're now trying to work out aggressively how we can go after that and how we can, sort of give clients the confidence that we can build a global business hub. So that's one. So I think people with global exposure, your traditional servicing kinds, your traditional solution finders with global exposure, with strong project management skills, with the ability to be introverts as well as extroverts, ambiverts, I think they call them, who can be on that screen and give that smile also and really decode the way, Aditya was talking about, break your voice notes into annotation. So I think there's going to be high demand for those kind of people, people who can really synthesize the brief into one single line. And I don't think that this is new for advertising. It's just a different playing field. So I think that's one set of skills that will come in. The second is that I think is the, you've seen the advent of the script writer in advertising. You guys, Rohit, just released the YouTube Netflix special, which is fantastic, by the way. We've just released something for Patal Lok Ki Kahaniyan, where we've just done Patal Lok and we've done this audio experience with AD.
Nice, yeah.
So I think the demand for a long form script writer who is not just doing 30-second advertising is I think very, very strong. I think also the fact that you work with a global hub means that traditional art and copy suddenly comes even more back into focus. I keep telling my teams that what we're doing on social posts is basically we're making print ads the way David Ogilvy made it, and when we're doing emailers, we're doing direct mail the way David Ogilvy made it. I mean, I'm just a little more of an Ogilvy fan, but that is I think the way he writes that in his book is very interesting. So, and I think that's come to this new framework. So I think that is more of the old this long form script writer, the supercharged project manager. And I think definitely the data scientists, but I think the data scientists also, if you actually just strip it down, the data scientist is basically the guy who's removing the inefficiencies. So if you see the role of our companies in the world is to help them grow and to weed out the inefficiencies. I think that's the only two things that we do. So, what can you do to add value for growth, or what can you do to remove the inefficiencies? And I think that's the crux of the business that we're doing with Proof, which is, you've got 100 crore of advertising and marketing spend. Do this data science to figure out which of this marketing spend is actually having an impact on sale and which doesn't. And fundamentally, that's a big value add that you can give to the client. So, that keeps you in your seat. So I think that is really the thing. I think also, apart from that, this wave, and I think we've all got to use it to become more, I think somewhere we kind of, when we called ourselves digital first companies, I think somewhere also, this again as a reflection, when we called ourselves digital first company, I don't think we were necessarily as digital first as we need to be. So I think what's happening suddenly is the prominent increase of the chatter of code in our everyday conversations. And I think, irrespective of whatever you do, I think technology is going to be a part of it. So I'm trying to learn myself a little bit. I have enrolled for 3 courses on coding, not because I want to code, but because I want to understand what we can create out of it. But yeah, I think those are the few new skill sets. And I think the other thing, the last point, but I think the other thing is also the designer today. And I think this is not new, but this is maybe last year or 2 years back. But the designer today needs to be a visual designer as well as a motion designer. So you can't do just visual.
Yeah.
Okay, so completely by that last point. I think that's that last point is a good, like it's established now. I think every designer right now, if they're able to give you an output that's MP4 based and not just JPEG PNG, that is a huge skill set for anyone who is considered a designer today. Much like, I think, how copywriters were considered, you'd almost assume that a copywriter is a scriptwriter, right? Unless she tells you otherwise. So almost in that sense, I think it'd be fantastic for us to be able to assume that if you are a graphic designer at some level, you do understand video as well, because those two as crafts, they're getting closer and closer together. And either which way, even if you are a motion graphics talent, you're anyway working with a designer through and through in the day. So a little bit of osmosis in their skill sets is going to do fantastic for the entire industry. That's one. And Ruth, what you had mentioned about, I think this is a question, like, since you mentioned Mica, I think that's one place where I might have, like, one perspective on that is, I think now more than ever, the education system, when it comes to media, let's say, like I'm talking your undergraduate, postgraduate academia, when it comes to anything media related, right? I think there's always, ever since that kind of came up, it was always at risk of being too removed from the actual industry. And I think that is, as any media course runs that risk, and which is why if you see the number of visiting faculty in a media course is statistically always a whole bunch higher than, let's say, if you were studying BCom or BA economics, simply because you need them to come and fill those real life gaps that's happening, what exactly is going on in the industry right now, right? And I think over the next year, that risk is only going to get kind of higher, because God knows how we're going to be in the next 6 months there. We're not, basis that, if you are second guessing what your career choice needs to be, that's a very risky place to be. And either which way, I think when we're saying evolving careers, right, it's actually evolving jobs, not evolving careers. We always have these ultra specializations come in and do their magic for about 2 to 2.5 years when it comes to what is the hot new thing in advertising right now. But I don't know if that makes for a sustainable career overall. So the good thing is the fundamentals of advertising, for what it's worth, fundamentals of communication, advertising, media, all of that still remain. Definitely today, I think one of the things, the best ways for you as a student, if you want to know if the advertising agency of 2020, 2021 is the right place for you to be, and you've got to spend time with them. And I think that's the only way to actually kind of find out. So one of the things that we've done over the last couple of months, the teams here have, we put together a program called Interns from Home, which takes up about, there we go, so about 50 interns from across the country. And it's nothing apart from the fact that, hey, we're going to let you know what we're feeling for 1 month long. Okay, and use that information to make a decision if this is the right industry for you. I guess that might be one sensible way to perhaps look at it from an academia standpoint. Do more internships, be present with agencies, try to have a good mix of academia experience plus industry experience. And whatever information you're looking, try to get it from the horse's mouth as much as possible, which is a representative from an agency or the industry itself. That's one good way to possibly plan for the next year.
That intern from home program is too good. I was mind blown.
Yeah, it's fab.
Very good.
I shall pass the news. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So my take on this, Rohit and friends, is, see, we look at education and academics and careers. That's what we built for youngsters, But the trend is changing in your industries and across the board. There are going to be 2 or 3 things which are going to happen. Primarily, there are not going to be any permanent jobs in the future. Okay, and future is like 1 year, 2 year. There are only going to be freelancing job, project driven job, and you will be paid for a activity to be done, and you move from project to project. It could be a short duration project or long duration. So what do students really, and many of us who are listening to us today are graduating students, and they are really impatient to know what next after graduation, and very clearly it looks like, and what we are seeing for last few years and even now, and you are the industry veterans here, it is a person who has the integrative manager skills. One super specialization is not going to remain. You want a executive working for you who himself is a contributor revenue generator. So he is today looking at a T-shaped kind of a skill. He needs to so assuming, take an example of advertising branding. So he needs advertising, marketing, understanding of sports, understanding of celebrity, understanding of events as a revenue point of view. How does a client expect the brand to perform and generate revenue for him? Because a guy of this nature who is an integrated person is going to be adding more value, even though he works in your UI UX team, or whether he works in your gaming or a coding team, or he's managing celebrity PR or journalism. So probably as a youngsters who are listening, you need an integrated post-graduation kind of a program which drives you to all this 10 or 12 of media, advertising and branding. That is one. Second, the people who are working in your organizations, they are also going to be redundant because they are trying to use their MBA skills or creative skills which they acquired many years back, and they were trying to solve problems of tomorrow which we don't know, with skills which we don't have. So probably a mindset development for working executives, and you are seeing in journalism, in newspapers, people are losing jobs left, right and center. How do they upskill now this workforce? Because they are going to stay alive till the age of 70. So very strong mindset to learn new things which are again relevant for the job on hand immediately. They may have a 2 months down the line have an assignment with you guys. Is he equipped to deliver that? Because his previous experience is not going to be there. So the purpose and the entire game of online learning, of modular nano pocket size programs, 30 hours program in UI UX, so that he can be a part of a team on a project which you are doing. So it's going to be working that way for youngsters. Very clearly, as Aditya said, internships is a good idea, but how many will you do? So the idea is to go on integrated programs from any of the good schools in the city or otherwise, and also go on. So like immediate revenue starter for somebody is probably a NMIMS 1 year online program for 60,000 in digital marketing. He starts in the career, because you will not otherwise hire a guy who has no knowledge and just a BCom, BA, BMM, So I think that is the way online piecemeal and nano programs is the future. That is what is emerging currently.
That's actually a very interesting take that you've put in, right? Because, and considering what we've all been discussing here, right? So somewhere in 2019, we put this program together where we turned around and said, design team, everybody in design has moved from static to motion. So we've already upskilled that. We said the next thing is static, motion plus code.
Yes.
And what you were saying, like Harshal, because a designer, if I'm building a UI UX unit, or if I'm building a website, I need to be able to also code it parallel, or at least understand code from a perspective for me to build. So it was nice for them to do these piecemeal things when we came down to it, as you said, right? And I actually had this line which I'd written down saying, do engineers actually have an advantage in advertising? Because the number of engineers who are in this field is insanely high.
But if I may, as a non-engineer on this team, if I may, I think engineers are so fed up of the fact of having wasted 4 years that their first 4 years in advertising are beautiful. It's just all that pent up energy, dude, having not seen like this thing.
Yeah,
As a non-engineer,
I'm a clear example of
I
that.
think I'm allowed that joke.
I'm a clear standing example. That's not a joke, that's reality. Just showed a mirror to me.
Rohit, I agree. Engineers have a very strong advantage today, and I see that with my my younger brother. We run the company together, and I see it with him with the kind of conversations that we're having right now. So I think two things work. I think I'm just trying to connect this introvert dot and the engineer dot. So he's a bit like that. He needs his space. He needs a closed room, not sitting in the middle of everybody. And I think the most insightful conversations I've had are with him. We're discussing how we can run communication for our entire workforce. I mean, actually, if you just project it forward, if you say it's a 3-day week or a 2-day week, you're effectively saying your same real estate, which can hold 350 people, hold 700 people. So that's one massive cost advantage. The second is therefore, and how do you and I think Aditya made this point that we were at the forefront of culture, but how do we've now come to the back of it? How do we now innovate? So if we're going to innovate on that, then how do we use digital in a way that's not been used before? So just in terms of how we are building our internal platforms to be able to permeate culture and get signals of the people who are not necessarily very happy with their job, get signals of the people who are not necessarily with very happy clients, get easier ways to communicate with clients in a centralized way. All those things is what the engineering mind is able to think very quickly. How do you, we already started to standardize reporting, but how do you make that even more efficient and then therefore save 2 or 3 days of people's time? How do you actually bring this code and the designer sitting together? I mean, conceptually, it's easy for me to say it. And, I'm one of those who is the good talker that Aditya says, who has the ability to shoot words, but then really to get it in the midst of things is difficult. So, that's where the engineering mind is very, very useful, I think.
Actually, I want to build further on what Dr. Samir was talking about earlier, right? So he spoke of these nano programs, and keeping that in mind, I'm actually reading this book, and I strongly recommend this to a lot of people. It's called Range. It's
Range.
It's called Range. It says how generalists will triumph in a specialized world.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And now in our advertising spectrum, what do we need? Do we need somebody who knows a lot about a little, or do we need somebody who needs to know a little about everything? And is that the person who succeeds? So at least going by the questions that are popping up on the side as well, like what are the skills needed? Maybe do you need to have an overview of 20 things? Or
to start with, you need to have an overview, because you only will then come to know your liking, what you want to do. Otherwise, you will just do internships after internships and then land up somewhere. That way.
So there's this one card. You guys familiar with Marketoonist?
Sorry?
Marketoonist. It's like cartoonist, but it's Marketoonist. Okay. It's a marketing cartoon series. Very old, popular one. I think it's from that, but it's a very funny quote. It says just a guy who says, all I do is go walk from meeting room to meeting room and say it's all about finding the balance, and people agree. So it's never a wrong answer to say it's all about finding the balance. So to your previous question, the little, lot, little, it's always about finding the balance. I think we will, unfortunately, that's the most boring answer to give, right? In such I wish I could take a side with this, but we know for a fact that when it is successful, we see that we have the right mix of both kinds of
I think I'll tell you where the question is coming from, right? And the question stems from who rises to the top, because everybody who's coming in, the students are asking these questions. Clearly, they want to have a career path. Now, is my career path to learn so much about one particular thing, and then become the head of the department for that, or do I know a little bit of everything and then become the head of the agency? Is that the route kind of?
I don't know, man. I guess it's what rocks your boat, right? Like so many of us, like what Harshal said. Harshal, I'm sure that you get your high from being who you are as a person, but there are lots of people who might not associate success with, getting a bigger stage to talk or addressing this particular kind of audience. For some people, advertising success is portfolio, nothing else. It is simply what I'm able to put out there as work, right? And for so many of them, they need to be specialists. Yeah. If let's say, I just feel it's very unfair to tell, let's say someone who is doing fantastically well in motion graphics, right? And to go and tell her, yeah, but you know what? Next year you should only focus on your presentation skills, and you should kind of. So I think it's going to go from person to person by saying on what does success mean to you? When do you get your high? And kind of basing it basis that.
I completely agree with that. Actually, I was just thinking about, I was putting myself in the shoes of a creative person this morning. And, I think what drives a creative person is the pursuit of just exploration and progress in their own work as they go along, and that's a very thrilling feeling. For me, the thrilling feeling is the idea of building this structure, which I think hopefully can outlast me, and therefore within that multiple creative people can find themselves. So if
right.
That is what excites me, but something may excite another person, and I don't think that there's a right or a wrong to that. I think if there is one message that we can leave out, is that the fact that we see ourselves unlocking more productivity in this business, the fact that we see clients being not just Indian and from outside, the fact that we see us having an addition of skills into this business means this business is going to thrive. So whatever you do, you are, it's a great time to join the business, I think. And I think whatever you do, I think I agree with what both of you have said, and with what Dr. Samir has also said, is about the fact that you need to look at the overview. I agree with that, but I think it's very important to just find yourself and find what feels home to you. And that's why I really salute the program of this 50 interns. I think it's a fantastic program because it just helps so many people find themselves, and it's a great thing.
Fantastic to have a fan in you, dude.
So also one more skill, if I just add one more, one more skill for all, because many of you are creative people and tech people. One more skill which needs to be now incorporated is about how to generate business. How can you get incremental business from existing clients? Because today the client servicing per se alone cannot do that. Actually the creative is guy who speaks to the CMO of a company.
Yeah.
So do you have that flair and understanding of looking at least what more can I get pull from the client, or what better solution I can give to the consumer, because you cannot work in silos. That is becoming very, very clear. And the moment you break silos and make a unified work culture, the creative people get little scared.
Yeah. No, absolutely agree on that point.
So it's about design thinking, putting together about commercial and creativity. And that's a skill which needs to be learned.
Then my thing is, should advertising agencies then start relooking at this internally and starting to structure this? I'll tell you the difference, right? There is, that this person handles a P&L, and then that person is given an X amount of, comes under X amount of salary brackets and things. There is another person, say for example, there's a design, and this is personal experience, right? I've had a designer come to me and say, hey, listen, I'm doing great design work and everything, but I think I want to start also getting myself involved in the P&L. And I'm like, why? Why do you want to? Yeah, because I think growth for me is there. Because the day I'm able to close business, and it came down to us actually questioning career paths, saying that, do you think that only if you are able to handle and close business, do you then make a certain salary bracket and above? Or is there this thing? So does that mean that we need to internally relocate how? So like Johnny Ive in Apple only designed, right? He didn't do anything else. He was just, and he was probably the highest paid person over there. And it is okay. There may be a tech company, the designer was the highest paid person there. Does that happen in advertising? I don't know yet. So is it something that we should look at?
So I guess it's a very interesting question, because one of the things that, and we all know that, there are creators who, for instance, who've moved from the agency side to the brand side. For those brands who have internal creative teams themselves, right? And one feedback which I've received from a lot of my friends, ex-colleagues, whoever, the 6 degrees of separation, is that there is a distinct difference in being part of the core business of a particular company and being one department. So it's what a lot of ex-advertising people on the brand side of experience is that, oh, I'm a department here. I'm not. Yes, it helps that I'm there, but I'm not core to that business. In the agency, you as a creative person are core to the business. Without you, there is no business. So I would, I mean, if you are having, I mean, those creative people, those of us who are interested in business, I think that's fantastic. That just shows that we want to be more involved with what actually matters here. Like, and I've had a very love-hate relationship with Excel sheets my whole life, but I think the the more I've generally been able to embrace it, I think it's good, and I think that's where ownership comes from, right? We're not. I think a lot of us survive on where we started this call: camaraderie, chemistry, people, ownership. I think just seeing that there are people outside their designated department wanting to understand the core part of the business is a very encouraging thing. Fantastic.
I had actually a call this Saturday with a creative director, and I just got a chat with that creative director and my creative team, because I just want to understand how different people think. Maybe PG, I'll reach out to you after this for that chat. Maybe we can do one. But he said two very interesting points which really hit home with me. And this was Hayden Scott from Famous Innovations. I think he's a fantastic guy who does some fantastic work. I think he made two good points that stuck with me. He said that when it comes to creative, he encourages his creative team to actually own the client relationship, because he believes that from the standpoint of the influence on the client and the impact on the work, it's creative who has the maximum impact. I mean, actually, at the end of it, we are a business of what output we deliver, and creative is the center of the output that we deliver. So he says that, and I think that is echoing to the point that you said, Rohit. The other point I think which he made, which was also very, very interesting, is that perhaps, and I think I blame this, maybe it's fashionable to say, on the procurement departments, but what's happened is that our business has become more about the output of the scope, so the delivery of the scope. I mean, 4 lakh rupees mein itna hi milega aapko, itne emailers, itne posts, so on and so forth. So what's happened is that as part of the scope, the effect or the value of what creativity is, because creativity it takes time. It doesn't, there is no, and there may not be a tangible output, and there's no premium put on that. So I think this is a whole different debate altogether, and how that comes out. But I think, to your point, that I think maybe there needs to be both these things, which is the creative people need to be more involved with the relationship, and the other thing, which is this idea of how this business puts the value of creativity back into focus.
So just to give you a parallel example, how creativity drives businesses and agencies, same as faculties or the professors who teach in business schools or otherwise are the ones who are the core to the entire activity. So I'll give you an example of a media program at the Wellinger Institute of Management, where I've seen how they work. So the professor is not only responsible for teaching in the class, but he is the one who is doing joint projects with the student for a client like yours. So he is meeting the client mentor, working together. Otherwise, how does the creative guy in your case and a professor who teaches learn on his own what is the reality happening? So it's entirely a academic function mixed with a placement function, mixed with actually the delivery function, and then evolving a case. And it is all co-created with an industry partner like yours. So we've seen that happening, and the creative guys need to do similar thing. Otherwise, how does that particular individual guy learn a new thing or a new skill? And then how does he translate it to more people? And as things will go online, in your case, you all are also working online. Education is also going online. If this kind of cases and use cases are not created of collaborative teaching, learning, student, faculty, the institute, then you cannot go online and put it to more and more people, How do you institutionalize all of this? Creativity at one point will have to be institutionalized.
I think it will stop being creativity, though.
Something else. So what will happen?
No, but I completely get your point. I completely get your point. I think it's been a very long time since we've had a scalable solution to how to upskill way more people than this. And in fact, I think, look at the way our solution is automated. It's not actually upskilling. Like I think more of us are feeling optimistic about the fact that we can automate large scale copywriting than upskill enough copywriters. So and I think and a lot of that is honestly elephant in the room is interest, right? Because what we are also talking about is, very simply put, from a creative, a tired creative person might also call it boring work at some point. So we are dealing with how interested am I at that point, etc., stuff like that. But the need for a scalable solution, I completely agree.
See, your online internship itself is a scalable solution, and now you are able to really attract students from across the country, which otherwise would have not got the opportunity to come up to a big company like WebChat.
True.
So that's also one model how it is evolving.
True. Fair enough.
I wish we could take this further in and ask a bunch of more questions, but I think we're running short on time. There are a bunch of questions that have come in from people who are listening in, and maybe we could quickly answer a few of them. One of them is, I think, what kind of skills are agencies looking at? I think we answered it largely, but is there anything specific you guys want to add on? If somebody's freshly joining in, is it jack of all trades, or is it just the enthused to learn?
So probably some academic qualification which gives you overall understanding integrated of the industry. Then he takes up projects and internships and employment, and then really understand what is his calling. Is he a good guy in digital, or is he a good guy in design or in business? But overall understanding how can he serve the client is important, irrespective of the role.
There's another one which says, what education and experiences do you need for an advertising job? And that's a very open-ended question. We have the saying
actors and advertising people, Venn diagram meets here.
Yeah.
No strict educational qualification, I guess.
No, that's exactly what it is. We used to say this, have this famously said that we're not sending people to the moon. You're making an ad. So it's okay. I mean, I'm sure everybody can sit here and it's not like your education can take it that way.
See, but there is a law of elimination, there is a law of elimination, there is a law of selection. So when you're an HR guy at Denso also, I work very closely with them. When he sees Sunil Sethi, sees the CVs, he sees where you come from, many times. And you have example from Micah and from best school we all come from. So yeah, elimination is the call of the day. So it will education will be required,
But an internship is actually a great entry point, right? So it's the gateway drug to advertising, literally.
Yeah.
I mean, if you, no matter what field you're in, if you come into most companies happily take interns. I mean, you guys are doing 100 intern program. That's probably something we've not experienced this one time.
50 for now, I think 100 would be good. But just on the internship thing, I think it's an interesting point. That is one, I mean, if at all, what is it? Like, I mean, I remember when I started my first internship, and all of us, I think, I don't know, man, I kind of feel we, overall as an industry, we don't use that channel as well as, in terms of, to quote Harshal, productivity. Like the amount what we can get out of it as an industry, right? Through this avenue called internship. I don't think I think a lot of us are kind of okay if an intern says, yeah, I had a decent experience, somehow that I didn't have too much work. Most interns say that, and they're like, yeah, zyada kaam nahi tha aaj. Why are we letting that go? They have a seat, they have a laptop, their space where I think a lot can be done if once we raise our own expectations of what to expect from an intern, and if for an intern to very without shyness demand more from an internship. You don't have to be rude about it. You don't have to, oh my God, how can I do? But actually be and work with your agency to get more out of your internship as much as possible, I guess.
So where I've seen interns actually being put to work a lot and seeing this thing is when you go for new business pitches, right? What happens with existing business
That's
is
the whole
it's very tough to make them privy to certain information you have, because you know that they're a 2-month, 3-month commodity and they will bounce. And then can I tell them what I can? And it's too confidential. So when it comes to new business, and that's what I completely agree. Internship is a great point to go and make mistakes. I mean, go to the department, learn. If that's not what you want to do, you don't want to work in that department. But by then you'll also figure out which department advertising exciting, or even if advertising exciting you at all. So yeah,
no, and Rohit, you're absolutely right. Like as someone who's come in from TV to advertising right now, I think all of us have to accept that advertising is no longer the number one option for any commercial arts graduate of any type. She has too many things that she can explore. And I think we're all living examples of having shifted from different industries and having ended up in advertising, right? So it's a great opportunity to kind of be like, hey, this is who we are. This is actually who we are for the next 10 to 12 months. I think it's more of us. That can actually be a decent channel, definitely.
Yeah. Harshal, were you going to add on something? You seem mind blown by something he said.
I think that was a stretch. He was bored. He was,
not the place where everybody wants to come to. But I think actually no. I just want to add that if we are rounding up the chat, then I just want to add that I've taken a lot of notes and I learned a lot from all the points that you all have shared.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. It was so much fun doing this. Actually, I know we started out talking about evolving careers. I don't know if we spoke enough. I wish we had more time to do this. But thanks a lot for coming. Thanks a lot for doing this. I hope we've answered more questions, and I think we can touch base outside of this and then continue this conversation further.
Thanks for
Harshal, just pass those notes along.
No, what you did is the toughest part of the entire session. So thank you for moderating.
Thanks, Rohit.
Thank you. Harshal, just pass those notes over when you're done.
Thank you very much, everyone. That was a very enjoyable session. I'm sure everyone right here is going to agree with me. And thank you to all the students, everyone who asked their questions. A special thanks, of course, to our moderator, Rohit, for bringing the entire panel together in a way which was informative, and we could see a lot of insights. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, Harshal, for putting this all together. And with that, we come to the end of this particular session, but of course, we are coming up with another one very soon. But before that, don't forget, we have a special contest that we are running here today. And for that, all you need to do is to participate, of course, and to win those 3 Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. Register on our 3D Virtual Expo, which is on the URL www.edutainmentshow.in. Log in, enter, visit the stalls, look for cookies in the document section, collect all the 3 cookies, remember, and once you do that, take a screenshot of the same and send it across on the email ID edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. The winners will be announced today, and we, of course, after once again thanking the panel who was here with us, giving us the global trends in design, we are going to design education. We are now, friends, going to be seeing you very shortly. We'll be back.
Hi, my name is Rahul Nair. I'm a BCom graduate and a postgraduate in Media and Entertainment.
I did my graduation BSc, that is from Lucknow University.
A B&M graduate and a postgraduate in Media and Entertainment.
Coming from a commerce background, I had my own misconceptions about the media entertainment industry. I thought it's all about journalism or advertising. But after joining the Wellinkar course, it gave me a whole new perspective to this entire industry and people.
In this program, I learned subjects like advertising, marketing, branding, public relations, celebrity endorsement, sports management, event management, and much more.
Apart from that, you will get an exposure to the entire world of digital marketing and film industry. So we had this professor called Karan, who is the founder of EMDI. So while studying for this course, I got an opportunity to do an internship for his institution.
During this course, I got the opportunity to manage Mr. Rohit Khandelwal, who has won the title of Mr. India.
I think this program is a right blend of marketing merged with media and entertainment. With the equity of Wellinkar, this program is just the right one for you to get a footstep into the vast industry of media and entertainment.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's time now for one of the most awaited sessions of the day. It's time to get candid with Ms. Malini. Well, thank you, everyone who has joined us here. Be ready with all your questions. We will be taking them at the end of the session. Now, Malini Agarwal, aka Ms. Malini, is the founder and creative director of Ms. Malini Entertainment, a leading media lifestyle brand that creates highly engaging multi-platform content geared towards India's internet generation. Malini is India's first and most famous digital influencer, having pioneered India's lifestyle blogging with her website, msmalini.com, in 2008. Today, Ms. Malini Entertainment content reaches 30 million people every month across their own channels, with over 10 million direct social media followers. A regular speaker at CMO forums on digital brand building, Malini was featured in the ET Women Ahead listing of 2018 by the Economic Times and awarded the Women Super Achiever Award at Femina's 5th World Women Leadership Congress and Awards. Ranked number 1 on Impact's 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising in the year 2017, she was also recognized amongst business leaders to watch in Fortune India's 40 under 40. This list goes on as GQ's 50 most influential young Indians list and the World Marketing Congress's 50 most influential digital marketing leaders listing in 2017. Well, if I keep on talking about all her achievements, probably it will be the end of the day, but unfortunately, I just have half an hour, so I'm going to leave it right there. But a very, very warm welcome to you, Malini. I'm really excited for this one.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you, Malini. So, again, what I will do is straight away shoot the questions to you. So the first question and the obvious question that comes to my mind is that, of course, you are the OG, as we say, the original influencer, from a time when probably the word digital influencer was not even coined. And you pioneered your way from blogging to now being a full-fledged entrepreneur. So the first question is, how has that journey been, from a digital influencer now to an entrepreneur?
It's been quite an incredible experience, actually. And I always tell people in 2008, when I started as a blogger, there was no such thing, right? The blogging didn't really exist as a career. So people always ask me if this was a plan and this was something I was building for I really wasn't. I wasn't looking at even doing blogging as a full-time job. And it sort of just happened to be that way. But over the years, the last 10 years, we sort of built a whole organization around it. And the trajectory over 10 years has been quite amazing and such a great learning experience, where we went from sort of creating a digital magazine to expanding out into various platforms. As you saw, everything from Facebook to Instagram to Snapchat, started creating content. So we've always been platform agnostic about our content. And then, we also did it reverse. From digital, we got into television. So we, created six seasons of television shows, and we've done podcasts. So I've always been a believer in multimedia and not restricting yourself to one medium, because I believe you have to go to where the party is. And I think the most rewarding part about being an entrepreneur is being able to create opportunities for other people, right? So we have a team of 65 people that are now working remotely from home. 90% of them are female. So I think that's really rewarding. And I, when I look back, I can't imagine how we did it, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
And we are glad we have all that content right there for us to consume. And I think everyone loves the site. And that's the reason they keep going back to it. Now, Malini, another question, since you're also on the entrepreneur side, you've seen both sides of the game now. Over the years, the word digital marketing, or say influencer marketing, has kind of really changed. Brands' perspective have changed. They are probably now more conscious and are willing to invest in this kind of medium to advertise. So the question that automatically stems from this is that, how do you define the change perspective when it comes to a brand and when they look at influencer marketing as a platform to advertise their product or service?
It's amazing. I mean, I think when you look back, when in 2008, when we started the Miss Malini brand, there was no word such as influencer. But if you look back at it now, I always say, wow, that was really what we had done. It took a long time for brands to understand the value of digital marketing. And it's not their fault. It's just that they were used to terrestrial marketing, in magazines and newspapers, on television, on billboards. And then slowly, as more and more people ended up spending time online, they realized the value of what they could do. And that's now also changed and become more influencer marketing, where you don't just want to buy a product that you see a commercial for. You want to buy a product that someone you admire recommends. And I've always found there's 3 layers of it. So there used to be the billboard with Deepika holding up a phone, and you'd get awareness from that. Then the next level is having your influencer talk about it, use the product and sell it to you, but you still know that that influencer is being paid to do that. But the third level, which I believe is the future, is community, where you create a community of people, kind of like what we've done with Malini's Girl Tribe, and you use that community to seed in products and get very genuine responses and reviews. And if you have a good product, then you have nothing to worry about.
So there are two things which stem out of this. One, of course, we'll be talking about the Girl Tribe, because that's one very important thing right now from every perspective. But before this, another question which stems from the Deepika part of it. It's a time, especially right now, collaboration is, they say, the key word. And everyone is looking for collaborations. Also, when there is no dearth of influencers right now on the digital platforms, how important do you think is one, collaboration? Second, getting maybe a famous personality or celebrity. How important is that, and how easy is that for anyone probably who's starting out?
I mean, starting out a brand, you mean?
Starting out on the platform as a digital influencer. I wouldn't say a brand, because they would obviously find their way.
Sure. I think it's very difficult right now because there's so much competition. And I think the biggest problem is the mindset of starting out as an influencer, thinking I'm going to make this a career and I'm going to make money off of it. The entire premise of being an influencer or being someone that has this following is the authenticity of what they do and who they are. So if you're manufacturing this persona around which you want to make money, it isn't going to resonate. You have to first be an influencer and then use your influence. You can't try to use your influence and become an influencer in that process. It's not real. That's the whole reason people like them. So I think part of our success was because we weren't looking to make a business. And I understand it's not easy because you have to pay the bills, which is why I always tell people, try to do multiple things. You don't have to make being an influencer your full-time job. There's a lot of freelance work you can do alongside, so make sure you have multiple skills, whether you're good at video editing or you want a totally different day job. I used to work at Channel V in the day and do my blog at night, or I did a radio show in the day and wrote my blog at night. So you have to first build up and understand who you are as an influencer. What are you trying to create? And really come back from the idea of influencer marketing and understand there are different kinds of influencers. Celebrities are influencers too, who've built their influence based on their movies and why people love them. And then you have other influencers that people admire, whether it's teachers or doctors, or various different professionals that you look up to, an Oprah or Ariana or Malala for that matter. So what are people looking to you for? You have to first establish why you're an authority on that, and then potentially collaborate with brands to make money. But again, you have to make sure those brands align with who you are and what values you're saying you have.
So basically aligning with the purpose of what you're doing. It's not just about just starting out right there, which mostly people are doing right now. Get on the platform, get maybe that couple of bucks that you easily can get with having an X number of followers for you. It won't probably pay off in the long term. So that's an advice coming from Malini right there. Thank you for that, Malini. Of course, now coming back to the community, and of course, this is something really exciting. You've built a strong community of girls, of women, a very engaged community, which has crossed like more than 40,000 followers now, if I'm not wrong. It's Malini's Girl Tribe. So after you having so many other, I would say ramifications to already what you're doing, why get into something like this? What's the importance?
I think, again, more and more, I feel like I've been in media for 10 years and I really want to leave behind a legacy that means something. And I feel what's happened is when you look at women's empowerment, we make it quite boring and very serious. Or we look at it as this angry girls club and this unfortunately misused terminology of feminism. Yes. I think that it's important to take it back. I think that empowerment can be fun, it can be sexy, it can be interesting, entertaining. And so that's what I wanted to do. And I wanted to marry my reach with celebrities and the content we create and use it towards some good end. And empowerment doesn't need to be something you ram down someone's throat. It could be as simple as creating content that has powerful female lead characters. And I feel that in the community, we've actually had some amazing conversations that you're not able to have online. I'm sure we're going to get to the Ignore No More campaign, which we'll come to after this. But it's a community where there's no judgment, there's safety, there's security, and there's always a response. You know what happens when you go on social media? You'll see a celebrity page and you'll see thousands of comments and likes. But why do we get on social media as individuals? Because we thought, wow, I'm going to get on social media. Suddenly I'm going to have access to half the population, 3 billion people, and I'll never be lonely again. But you get online and you start posting stuff and nobody sees it, nobody likes it, nobody comments, and you feel even more lonely. So in the Girl Tribe, I'm very proud that no post ever gets unanswered. It's user generated, but everyone is always there to reply. And some of the conversations we've had are things you would never be able to have on public social media. Someone was talking about how should she deal with it because she found her 12-year-old was watching porn. And she was like, how do I? And it's such an important conversation, but you'd never be able to have that on public social media. You have a lot of people dealing with serious issues, maybe domestic violence, but there's also people looking for jobs. And we have a Girl Boss Spotlight where we've showcased 100 entrepreneurs. We do various things where we're helping people align on travel. You might even say it's kind of like a Google for girls where you go in and ask anything. So somebody was asking, where do I get, the PPE kit and how is it to travel with kids? Or, where can I go and get a great cake delivered during the lockdown? So literally everything. And I feel the most important value of this tribe is that especially as we have transitioned into an increasingly virtual world, it's important that the community feels real and isn't just a wasteland of social media where you're kind of on your own.
Completely buy it, and I am one of the recent followers, and I'm looking forward to engaging on various levels. And anyone out there who feels that they are looking for such a platform, this is the platform to be. And it really has some interesting content, not just because I'm doing an interview with Malini, I'm saying that, but I mean it from whatever little I checked out. So you mentioned something about, so social media has always been a bane as well as a boom, right? Yeah. It has, and right now, suddenly, after every couple of days, thanks to the situation and thanks to whatever has been happening, there has been a lot of concentration and a lot of talk about mental health. Internet as a medium, I would say, has become a very dark medium. Yes, we do get followers. Yes, we do get a lot of love, but we also get a lot of trolls. So at this time, you have started a campaign, Malini, and thank you for that. And it's Ignore No More campaign, where you are taking care or addressing the issue of cyberbullying as well as cybersecurity. So one, what exactly is this campaign? And if somebody is being troubled or is facing such an issue, how do they go about it?
Sure. So what I've realized is, like, we always knew, and especially women and any woman who's listening to this, watching this, if I ask you, have you ever gotten a creepy DM or a creepy comment? Everybody will say yes. And I think a lot of guys don't realize how bad it is. And we've been told to get used to it. Just ignore it. Yeah. What's the point of arguing? They're stupid. Just block them. But it's gotten worse and worse. And now, as we spend more time online, and I'm sure you all watch Facebook Lives and Instagram Lives, you see the comments scroll on the screen and they're disgusting. And people are spending more and more time even posting comments like that from their real handles. That means there's no fear. There's no accountability. And if we're going to live in this virtual reality, we can't accept living in a world that looks like this. Just like if we walk down the street and someone yelled something horrendous at you or dropped their pants, you would say something.
Yeah.
But why don't we do anything and say anything online? Just because it's not physical abuse, it's still abuse. So what we've done is we've set up a campaign of awareness, because I think a lot of people don't even know their rights, that you can actually file an FIR for someone who has not just sent you maybe a dick pic or a creepy message, but also who relentlessly comments or stalks you on your post, who is pretending to be you, or, things like the boys' locker room. You can report all of this, and it's not that hard. And so if you go to my Instagram handle, Malini Agarwal, or Malini's Girl Tribe, you'll see the process is very well laid out. That all you have to do is collect the information, so the URL of the perpetrator, screenshots of what they've sent you, and send an email or log on to the government website for cybercrime. And you'll get a tracking number, an OTP, that you can follow the case. And there's amazing people like Shubham Cybercop on the internet who you can even DM. And, I actually got to hear about this because this actress, Tina Singh, had posted about him and he had really helped her out. And I've seen him do it. And suddenly you'll see these 16, 18-year-old boys who are sending the worst messages are suddenly apologizing. And it's really heartening to see, even if they haven't apologized to me, if they apologize to you, it will still make me feel great. So the Ignore No More campaign is enough is enough. We are no longer going to ignore and let people get away with how they behave online. And the great thing is even men are joining the conversation. Celebrities are joining the conversation. And it's as simple as saying, I'm going to call you out. It's not as simple as, okay, just naming and shaming, because clearly a lot of these people have no shame. Yeah. It's accountability. As soon as they get one phone call from the cyber police, you'll be amazed how quickly they turn around and apologize and say, I'll never do it again. As soon as their parents find out, parents don't have any idea what their kids are doing online. And it's our responsibility, because Generation Alpha, our kids, are going to grow up on the internet. And do we want our sons and daughters to grow up in a world that's full of this?
Hmm.
And if we don't start doing something now, it's going to be the same thing as trying to save the planet when it's too late. So we really have to all make an effort, because this is something that affects all of us. Even if it may not be affecting you as a man directly, it's probably affecting your mother, your sister, your friend, your daughter. 100% it is. So it's very important we all do this together.
And one more question, Malini, how fast is this response? I really want to know this. Like once report something of this sort, how many days? Are we looking at an instant reply, or?
So it takes, it depends on what you have reported.
Yeah.
I have found when I went directly to Shubham Cybercop, he was pretty quick about the turnaround, but I realized that's probably hard to do at scale. So in fact, on Sunday, I have a panel with the Lawyers Club of India, with the head of the cybercrime police and the lawyers, to really get the answers to these questions. So I'll definitely be posting all these answers and definitely get them for you. But the point is, there is a process in place, and very often it's as simple as when you report it and they get a call that they stop, and you can choose to press charges or accept an apology and move on. But the point is, I feel as soon as even 10 people have been, sent an FIR or given a warning, you will see an immediate change in a lot of behavior around you, where they're now afraid to do that because they can see that there are consequences.
True. I think it's high time that we call out such people enough. They need to understand that there is a fear. They just can't go about doing whatever they want to. And it's not just women, it is men. Everyone is being trolled on the net. It's a sad situation, and the earlier it gets curbed, the better it is. And thank you for bringing that campaign. I think, so many people are associated with you on an engaged level. They actually engage, and probably they will. I would be the first one to pick this up. I can tell you this, with whatever tools I've been getting. Don't miss out on this, guys. You have a window. Use it, and use it wisely. Moving ahead now, let me talk about a team. You said you have a team of 65 people right now working with you. That's a huge team. Plus, also, you have partnered with your husband. 2018, is it?
Yes.
So
no, much earlier than that, actually. He joined a while ago. So I've always had a business partner, Mike Melly, and him, we co-founded the company. And then Nasha joined, I think, around 2012 or 13, and he became the CEO.
So it's a long time. So I would say it's a very tricky situation. Every time you want to maybe go into a business collaboration with your partner, keeping your professional life and personal life in sync, as well as separate. What advice do you have for people who want to do something like that?
I think you have to have a certain kind of personality. We're very lucky that we see very eye to eye on a lot of things, and we are very passionate. And I've been very lucky because this is my dream that he's helping fulfill to a large degree, But I think it's really important to have some boundaries and a great deal of respect. You have to respect the other person at home and in the workspace to be able to do this together. And you have to also understand that the other person is functioning at a peak capacity as well, but may not always want to talk about work. So you have to have some kind of boundaries in that space. I think we're kind of a unique case that we already always spend so much time together. And now with the lockdown, it's a great test of being together. So we've been quite lucky with that. I think the important thing is finding ways to communicate well and express yourself. And if you don't agree about something, don't let that argument spill over into the personal world or vice versa.
So talking it out is the key always, whether it's an argument, whether it's anything else. And I'm glad we see people like you who are like inspiration for others to follow. You are, I don't know, many human beings into one, I would say, very talented. And you have also authored a book, which is To the Moon, How I Blogged My Way to Bollywood. And you also have another book, which is coming up. So even social media, I feel, is kind of like, it is mini blogging at the end of the day. So any advice for people, one, probably to write the narratives or their captions or anything better, or for someone who probably wants to pen a book?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both very different things in that sense, because a book really requires you to think through a whole story. I've only written nonfiction. I'm a little afraid to write fiction, but maybe one day. So when you're writing a book, it's really important that you think about what is the beginning, middle, and end, right? That's a very basic and an outline. And the way I wrote my book is, since I'm used to writing blogs, I wrote my book as 42 blogs. Because of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and the answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42.
Right.
And my second book is really about this topic of, internet bullying and how we can be better people online. When you're writing shorter, when you're writing captions, I feel the most important thing is to write captions with a little meaning. Don't get so robotic where you just copy paste the simple hashtags and do it. Write something a little more persuasive. something that, the whole point of social media is to feel human, and you are human, but don't allow the process of putting in a caption and publishing it to dehumanize what you're doing with it. So I think it's very important that everything you do there, you cannot go wrong with, if you think about how would I say this to another human being if I were saying it, and apply that logic.
A very simple thing, but if used properly, probably it can make a major impact. So thank you for that advice, Malini. Okay. There are right now a lot of courses which are there on the internet. There are a lot of platforms which are offering these courses. How does, frankly, even I wanted to do a course when I was starting to pick out digital marketing, social media marketing, maybe X, it's like so confusing. One, do you advise taking up such courses? And if you do, how does one choose?
So honestly, I've always been a believer that you learn best on the job. So even before you take up a course, I would highly recommend an internship. I know Smriti has said, how does one get into an internship at Miss Malini? You can write to asif@missmalini.com. I would highly recommend when you finish school, do like at least a 2-3 week internship in the area of work that you're interested in. And then you'll know what kind of things you want to learn, because you could do various things in a company, right? Even if you join mine, you could be in sales and marketing or client servicing or entertainment blogging or all of those. You may not know yet what skills you want to learn. And then you might sign up for a course and feel like this is not actually coming in handy once I actually go to work. So I highly recommend an internship first. And I would also be careful not to take a very short few-month course, because I don't know how much you learn from that. I think you probably are better off taking a longer time course where you actually learn various different skills and tools, like a business degree or marketing degree, as opposed to a short marketing course, because these are very cleverly packaged courses that are trying to sell you a quick fix. But there isn't such a thing as learning digital marketing in 3 months.
So, okay, so yes, short-term courses probably are not the way ahead, but then they kind of give you an overview. So it's a choice. Plus, as you said, there are platforms. There are some questions which are coming up. We would like to address them. One was from Smriti. How was the journey when you were one of the first people to start online media platform? Okay, so starting out first, you mentioned that, you touched upon that to some extent, but would you want to elaborate on the same?
I mean, I think the journey was, when the first people, I think the journey was very exciting. It was a new landscape. It was something where it was hard for people to understand, what am I doing exactly online? What is it? Is it just a hobby? Am I just playing games? So it was kind of empty in that sense. It was like starting a new country almost. But then it very quickly got populated and interesting. And I learned a lot on the way. And if, I'm sure if I go back, I would probably do things somewhat differently today. But I think they all had to fall into place the way they did for it to be where it is now. And I feel like the most exciting part of it was learning something I've learned from YouTubers, is that collaboration is king, much better than competition, because you have an audience that's similar to your other creators' audience. Instead of fighting to divide them, why don't you unite them by both creating content together, and then you double both your audiences? So I always found that as a very important lesson.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question here. When especially when you collaborate, and especially when you collaborate on a level which is like yours, where probably things are a little more documented than probably for people who are just starting out, and plagiarism is not something which is new. So how do you safeguard yourself from that? Because there is always a fear, of whatever is the original content probably getting stolen, or maybe another platform, just because that person might be famous, using the same content, they would reap much more benefits than what you would do as an individual. How can one take care of that?
I mean, there are some plagiarism laws. I don't know how many people follow those.
Yeah.
I find, imitation is the best form of flattery, as they always say. So even if someone does that, the key to yourself is be ahead of the game. So even for us, there was a lot of sites that popped up afterwards. I'm sure there's a lot of things that people liked. And so they thought, okay, this is a value, so let us replicate it. So we're always on a mission to keep being innovative, being new. So, we've created the Girl Tribe. We're going to be launching an app for it. We're going to do various other things. So it's really important that you stay ahead of the curve. And remember, the world is a large place. There's room for everybody. So, you have to find your niche, and nobody can really say things quite the way you can.
Okay, another simple question for somebody who's starting out. Do you think there is a lot of money and you need a lot of people initially to begin? This is something I would say from a student's perspective, from a very startup stage. Yeah.
Become an influencer, you mean?
Yeah. To become an influencer, to have a mark on the net, whatever you are creating.
You don't need it. You don't need to spend any money. I think when I started, I didn't spend any money. I had a WordPress account, which was maybe $9 a month. But initially on social media, your accounts are free. If you learn the skills yourself to take photos or edit your pictures or upload and edit your videos, you don't actually need to pay anyone for anything. And a lot of influencers still do that to this day. Now, if you're creating stylized or specialized content where you need to shoot in specific light or you need to shoot with a certain value of things, then maybe you have some expense there. But I would recommend starting off on your own and doing it yourself, because it's very important that you yourself know all the skills. Like I know how to do every job in my company, because then you know whether someone is taking too long to do it, whether they're doing it right, what their challenges are, and how you can help them.
Okay, Malini, you have, the word that I was, diplobrat? That's what the word that you use. So you've traveled a lot. Never thought of, starting out as a travel blogger maybe?
I mean, luckily for us, we've done lots of different content, right? We did travel, lifestyle, we do. So I actually got to travel a great deal before the pandemic for work. But I really liked so many different things, and I liked entertainment, and I love living in Bombay. And so I didn't really ever feel the need to just be a travel blogger. I also got to be a travel blogger as one of the things. But I love that even though I grew up traveling all the way from 0 to 17, I again, because of my job, got to travel so much.
Okay, so now coming to the current situation, which is the COVID situation. Now, suppose like you have a blog which is on, let's talk about maybe Bollywood, right? Or probably for that matter, travel. Now, these topics for now in the current scenario, maybe for a couple of months become irrelevant because you probably can't use the content. It doesn't sound fancy anymore. How do you make sure that you're relevant in this time, and how you keep in a community which joined you maybe for that one particular purpose? How do you keep them engaged and relevant, make it happening?
So the great thing about technology has been that we're able to do a lot of things we weren't able to before. So even though the celebrities are not out creating movies and content, we're actually able to connect with them increasingly in things like, so in Girl Tribe, we do this thing called virtual happy hour. And every Friday night we have drinks with a celebrity. So we did some with Arjun Khanna, we did one with Rahul Khanna, with Gohar Khan, with Kusha Kapila. And it's as simple as you come sign up to Malini's Girl Tribe and join, and you get to do a fun hangout. So on World Yoga Day, we're doing a virtual hangout with Malaika. Now, you would never get to do this sort of stuff in real life, especially not dialed in from all over the world. So there are some benefits to the kind of content we're able to create now, which we weren't earlier. I've also kicked off a show called Some Good News, where I track good stories, happy things that are happening around the world, inspired by John Krasinski's Some Good News, in fact. And the thing is that people who follow us, they look for Bollywood, they look for entertainment, they look for lifestyle. And there are still so many relevant topics because people are still living their lives, right? Just maybe the actual meat of the content has changed a bit. So instead of wanting to know 5 things I can wear out to a party, they might want to know, how can I do my waxing at home? So it's also about just tweaking the content to suit the environment.
The corporates are like pivoting around the same content. Exactly, that's what you're doing. You just need to bring your brains in, put in how it is to be done. Yes. So one last question, and I think we are all set to wrap this session up, since it's just a short session right here with Malini. So Malini, any final, piece of, okay, one thing which I'll ask you, you're a host, you have been a host yourself, have hosted chat shows. So especially now with, things like an Instagram Live, people are really engaging with other people. Any advice for people who probably have been just good at writing and they want to obviously now face the camera? Any advice for them?
I think it's the best time to practice it, because just imagine when you're facing the camera that you're on a Zoom call with your family, where you're just being yourself and you're getting used to it. And it's a great way to practice and get on to it, because it can be quite intimidating when you're doing a shoot with a whole camera crew and your guest. It's actually a little easier now. So I would recommend trying it out. And it's a new age where you don't have to spend so much time on the bells and whistles and doing your hair and makeup. You can just be yourself.
Thank you very much, Malini. Thank you for being candid with us. Thank you for giving us all the answers. And we hope all the students right here learned a lot, and probably they can write to you, be a part of the tribe, and further the cause and get in touch. So thank you once again, Malini. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you for being a part of the Edutainment show.
Thank you, Sanchali. And I must say you did a great job. And I think people can take a leaf out of your book. When you're doing an interview, you focused on having a conversation with me rather than reading out a list of questions. And I think that is the most important skill anybody can have.
Thank you, Malini. It means a lot coming from you, and looking forward to being more active on the page now. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for watching. Bye.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining us here. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. Let me quickly remind you that we have a contest which is running simultaneously right now, in which you all can take part. It's time to win for yourself 3 vouchers from Amazon worth 1,000 each. What you need to do is simple: register, go on to our website, which is a 3D virtual expo, which is running on www.edutainmentshow.in. Log in to enter, visit the stall, look for the cookies in the document section, collect all 3 cookies and send the screenshots to us on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. As I said, 3 lucky winners get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees. Okay, friends, we will be seeing you very shortly for our next session. everyone. It's time for yet another session, and it is time now to talk about photography. Photography as a career. Now, photography is both a science and an art. It is an artistic means of expression, the camera replacing the pen or the paintbrush. But apart from an eye for color, creativity, and artistic bent of mind, one needs to have in-depth knowledge about the technical aspects of photography. A photographer must be able to create a good composition of any subject, a piece of machinery, the beauty of human body, scenery, or maybe a child's smile. Well, it is rightly said that the single picture can sometimes be much more eloquent than maybe 1,000 words. Few vocations offer a larger variety of prospects than does photography. In fact, a career in photography is considered as one of the most artistic and creative careers of the day. Well, individuals can choose from probably commercial, scientific, portrait photography, forensic, fashion, wildlife, photojournalism, nature photography, and the list goes on and on. Well, I will not be the right person to talk about this, but we do have two geniuses from the field who will be taking this conversation about photography as a career forward here. So joining us will be Lavis Rani in conversation with Atul Kaspekar. Atul Kaspekar doesn't really need an introduction. One of India's most top-notch fashion photographers, Atul Kaspekar is best known for his association with Kingfisher Calendar, not just for one, but for 10. Not only does he own a photography studio, Negative Space, he's also the founder of celebrity management company, Blig Entertainment Solutions and Corporate Image. While he has been a part of the entertainment industry since the early 1990s, Atul has been actively associated with movies by means of working on publicity stills and still photography. A lot of names which are known to us: Pyar To Hona Hi Tha, Soldier, Khoobsurat, Dulhan Hum Le Jayenge, Devdas, Chalte Chalte, and the list goes on. Well, meanwhile, he made his debut as a producer in 2016 with, of course, the biographical drama Neerja, which featured Sonam Kapoor in the lead role. So we would like to thank Atul for joining us here in conversation with Lavis Rani, ace advertising photographer, festival curator, capturing wow. From starting his journey as a child artist to being one of the most sought-after fashion and advertising photographers, his love for the camera has only grown over the years. He's not only grown to be a visual storyteller and gives back to the industry that has given him so much, he's also the mind behind India's first photography festival, Capturing Wow. Over to Lav to kindly take this conversation forward with Atul.
Thank you, Sanchali, for a lovely introduction from me and Atul. I think it's a pleasure being here with all you guys. Good evening, Atul. Hope you're doing well.
Hello, all well, thank you.
So, Atul, everybody knows you've been here for so many years. You've been doing photography. Can you tell us about your journey? Can we start off with how did you realize that you wanted to get into photography?
Actually, I didn't. It was one of those things where I was studying to be an engineer and I didn't quite enjoy what I was doing, but I was at an extremely prestigious institution called the UDCT at that time. And I just decided that I would be a terrible engineer because I literally hated what I was doing. And besides, all the chicks in engineering college were much smarter than I was. So none of my cheap lines worked on them anyway. But I wanted to do something that I enjoyed. And someone said that barely 5% of humanity goes, doesn't work a single day in their life. And I realized that I didn't want to work a single day in my life. Basically do what I enjoyed, then it doesn't feel like you're working. And that was that. So I think the key to it is for you to just find what you enjoy doing. And I enjoyed taking pictures just as a very serious hobby, and which was mostly rubbish pictures of my dog and some sunset and my sister and friends and whatever. But I really enjoyed that process. I used to beg and borrow for money for a roll of film and then shoot really carefully so that this was, of course, in the days of negative processing. So one thing led to another then.
So how did that become a full-fledged profession? So from a hobby, what triggered that you want to take this up like full-fledged? Because back then, I think 2 decades back, people didn't really look up to photography as that profession. It was never counted as a...
Yeah, I mean, mercifully, my dad was quite chilled out about this in the sense that, they lost their marbles for a bit, but, I was not the kind who drove fast. I was not the kind who smoked. I was always an athlete. I was like bright in studies. Basically, I was perfect, love. So, so I wasn't the kind to do rash and silly things. So they investigated this a bit. I made them meet people like Gautam Rajadaksh, who I connected with and had a conversation. Prahlad Kakkar. So it was introducing them to the possibilities that can happen. And given that I didn't have a propensity to do something stupid by and large, they let me do it, for which I'm very grateful. Yeah.
Amazing. But now, once you started off, like we all, Sanchali was initially talking of, in photography, you have so many genres. So how did you realize fashion is the place where you want to make a future?
Actually, I don't think of myself as a fashion photographer. I just think of myself as a photographer, maybe a people photographer. When I came down, I pretty much shot anything and everything because I went to the Brooks Institute of Photography to study. There you pretty much study everything. So if I got a job lighting cars, I'd do it. I was very, very good at that, even if I say so myself. I did a really good. In fact, there were some really nice stellar campaigns on food. So one agency would keep calling me for food jobs, and someone would keep calling me for car jobs. I did a whole lot of work for Maruti Udyog and the Contessa and all kinds of cars at that time. And then after a while, you just sort of realize that you're getting more and more of something that you enjoy. And I enjoyed the people bit of it. But if you ask me what my favorite genre is, it would probably be portraiture. Not so much fashion and stuff. But I think it's just fashionable to call people fashion photographers. So, I don't bother correcting it most of the time. So,
but people often, for everybody, Kingfisher means Atul Kasbekar. So, it's like a synonym. So how did the journey with Kingfisher happen? And you built their calendar. And I think people know Atul Kasbekar even beyond Kingfisher today. So,
well, I'm very grateful to the UB group and Dr. Malia for trusting me with this. Fact is, I had this idea long back that, what if I could do something that was a combination of Pirelli and Sports Illustrated, which are the two legendary calendars out there, as you know. But Pirelli you cannot acquire. You have to get it from the desk of the chairman. And but Pirelli was women, basically.
Right.
And Sports Illustrated was a swimsuit edition always. And both had done more than 50 years at that time. So I thought if I could do something really cool like this, that was only given from the desk of the chairman, but was swimsuit. So inherently, it was a combination of both. And so I ran the pitch by, they loved it. And, and clearly I seem to be doing all right for them, because next year we'll be shooting the 19th edition, which is a bit bizarre when you think about it. That someone told me it's easily the longest single association between any brand and a professional as far as Indian photography goes. Possibly, I suppose, even worldwide, where there's been an unbroken connection between the things. I'm hoping to do 20.
Wow. So now that we're talking about Kingfisher, we have a lot of youngsters who are watching us right now who want to decide about photography being a career. So what are those key areas you'd like to suggest people that how do they identify that if photography is a career for them?
So first of all, I don't think you should take photography as a career anymore. I really do not think, I repeat, do not think you should take photography as a career anymore, because there are too many photographers. Okay. And the older ones aren't dying fast enough. So, so it's not like there's a break for you happening. The rates have come lower. Anybody who had a processing house now is taking a camera and shooting something. So entire genres of photography have disappeared. Like product photography, for example. I don't know anyone doing product photography per se. It's basically the processing houses that are shooting a product badly, or getting somebody on a salary who's shooting hundreds of them a day, and then they're quickly correcting it and color correcting it and doing any changes they need to and put it out there. So I think you should see yourself more as a visual artist than just a plain photographer. And my strong recommendation to people is that to seriously look at moving photography or videography or cinematography, because I think the future for video is tremendous and it will not die. Now, whether like in any profession, I mean, if you're a lawyer, you might be arguing cases at the Supreme Court for 5 lakhs a hearing, or you might be struggling outside the sessions court asking somebody if you can do an affidavit for them. In every profession, with no disrespect intended, there are all levels of people. But as a videographer, you will have work and you will not go hungry. Okay. Whether you are shooting for a major motion picture in Hollywood and getting paid, $750,000 to do that or more, or you're doing something for somebody's TikTok account, but you're doing 5 things a day, you'll be busy. And I think that's the key, because what's happening with photography right now is the standards have become so low that you don't need to have any standard. You can, basically take a picture of some rubbish and then it can be corrected and made to look yummy by a whole bunch of people behind the camera, Right. So that I think is the very scary part about this business. And I keep giving this example that on a given day, my lawyer, like my best friend who's a lawyer, can take a great photo. Another close friend of mine is an orthopedic surgeon can take a great photo, and whoever else, my architect brother-in-law can take a great photo. But on no day should I be allowed to design a building, nor will anyone let me argue a case in the Supreme Court or change somebody's kneecap, okay, and do a knee replacement surgery. On no day can a photographer do that. But on any given day, any other professional can do what I can do, maybe once, twice, not all the time, but I can never do that. So there's been a certain cheapening of the profession, I think, that has happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years with the advent of the smartphone and the multiple apps that are out there that just make it very easy.
Right. So, for the youngsters, what do you think is the key thing that now they should pay attention on? Today, a lot of people are starting out with mobile photography. I'm sure if you're at 18, 17, you want to start out with mobile photography, I don't think that's a bad idea. But what are those things that they should focus on to up their game?
Yeah, so I think the thing with smartphone photography is that, to be fair, the same rules that apply in photography, with a DSLR or with a 4x5 or, with an 8x10, whatever, what have you, the same rules apply. Light will act the same way, lenses will act the same way, perspective will be the same thing you deal with, and so on. So I think if you're keen about photography, then I think you should learn on a DSLR to be serious, and then take it from there. My standard thing has always been to know the rules properly before you start breaking them.
Right.
Because then, like I find there's no reason for you to go to a photography school. Okay, I'm saying that I went to one. It helped me because that's the kind of person I am. I know lots of colleagues who did. Some did as well, some did better, some did whatever. But I know some people who just, for example, assisted somebody and have had phenomenal careers. For example, Tarun Khiwal, had assisted me for 3 years. Jatin Kampani had, and a whole lot of other people, like 20, 30 people. And they've all gone on to be really, really good photographers, So what happens is there's a certain depth of knowledge you need to form a really solid foundation. From there onwards, I think then, your own creativity and your own thing takes over from there.
Right. So some tips on the kind of books that they could read. I mean, if you're any books, or where do they get the inspiration from? So for starting off.
Yeah, books pata nahi, but I would recommend, I mean, there's hundreds of tutorials on YouTube, you can do those, but I would say that at least do some level of, if you can, it's not very expensive now, some level of formal education, even if it's a 6-week program, 2-month program, 1-year program, whatever it is. And there are lots of options in India. My personal opinion about anything that is an art school, whether it's acting, whether it's drama, whether it's theater, whether it is photography, painting, what have you, is you get what you put into the school. Okay. Right. So for example, at Brooks, we would have a lecture day, which would be like the whole day with demos. So let's say that happened on a Monday, right? Your assignment is due the next Monday. So actually you have 1 week off, technically speaking. So what you're supposed to do is you sit and ideate, you go to the library. This is a little before the internet now. You look up references, you put together a little mood board, and you start looking for props, and you shoot it on Thursday, Friday. Okay. On Saturday, you decide, what, I can make this better, because all the props are still there. So you redo it and you make it better. Okay. And on Monday, Garba Garam, you go and submit your assignment. Now you can either do that, or you can, from Santa Barbara, you can go to LA, which is 90 miles south, and party like a dog, and you can come back on Saturday drunk out of your skull and say, "Arey yaar, wo ek assignment hai, Monday ko dene ka hai," And then we had those types as well, who would then, just rustle up any nonsense that's there and then make submit the assignment, and they're happy with a C, B, whatever it is. For me, if I got anything less than an A-, then it would bother me, because I knew that my parents were paying through their nose at a time when they could not afford it to give me an education in what I wanted to do. So there was no excuse. So, I have to give a good receipt for the education by getting a good grade.
Right. No, I mean, I think that's something very wonderful that you said, that it's not about where you go and study, it's about how the student is. It's not on the school. So correct. If you're a good student, you will come out with great colors, like how you came out from books. So I think that's very, very important. We have somebody, anonymous attendees, put in a question saying, what is the fashion for, what all does fashion photography consist of? Can you throw some light on the workflow?
So I think the sexy part of the business is, fashion photography. I'm a fashion photographer. It just sounds fucking cool, man. So say that to me, So everybody, calm down. Okay, one. Two is essentially you're shooting either clothes or makeup or whatever it is, and try and make it look good, and be part of essentially the fashion industry, whether it's on a model or not on a model. That's irrelevant. Okay, that so you're part of the process of, from what a designer has conceived to manufacture to something that appears in print or video, and then someone gets turned on by it enough to spend on their credit card and buy what you were part of the process of. Okay, so there. I think intrinsically, if I want to be a lawyer in human rights, I need to learn up a lot about human rights.
Right.
If I want to be a specialist in knee replacements, then it doesn't matter if I don't know the gastric system that well, as a doctor, because you're an orthopedic surgeon. So I think this is a specialization in photography that you're doing. So you must have an inherent interest in fashion, first of all. So I believe that is the differential between a lot of people who are good photographers and who are just, whatever. So you need, see the photographic process, lighting, where to place a light, what kind of light to use. After a while, if you have reasonable skill, you can master that. What is important, I feel, is what your art education is. Where you've and when you go to London, do you first go to the Tate, and do you go to the V&A? Do you visit the museums? Do you go to the cool streets like Portobello Road, or are you only interested in going shopping at Selfridges?
Right.
If it's, and I don't have a problem with you shopping at Selfridges. I'm just saying, if you are a photographer, you should also do all the other cool things, which is, even if other people are not coming with you, because that's what you would want to do, right? So I think you must have an interest in art, you must have an interest in sculpture, you must have an interest in anything that is artistic. That I think forms the backbone of your skill set, which is the differentiator between one level to another level. So
I think that's amazing what you just said, because usually people are always jumping when they want to begin. The first step that any youngster feels is go buy a camera worth 5 lakh rupees. So what would you want to say on investment on heavy gear?
So there's a very famous saying I'd come across, which I think holds true for anything, which is, no typewriter wrote a novel by itself.
Right.
No typewriter wrote a novel by itself. All the letters are there, all the punctuation is there. You can use it, I can use it, and Amish Tripathi can use it, and one of us three will do a great book, and chances are it's not you and me, but Amish will use the same letters in whatever combination and create a magical novel, right? So I think that's the key to it. I think the equipment is a means to an end. So I have had always been a fan of Prabodh Dasgupta's work, and in my early days, like in 6 months of me being here, Trikaya Gray, the agency, called me and said, would you be a model? So I said, no, are you mad? I have no interest in being a model. So they said, no, but Prabodh thinks you'd be okay for this. So I said, yaar, ye jaake dekhte hain. So I agreed. I agreed because I wanted to see Prabodh at work. And it was ridiculous, and compared to the equipment I had. The guy had come with one jhola, with one body. So I think ro ke 2 lenses usme. Then he had asked some friend to come along with him in the morning and hold one fill card. So he had one white card, one black card to create shadow or fill. And there was no fill flash, nothing. I just sit on a scooter, and I think I was supposed to be a cheap salesman for some company or something. So anyway, which in those early days was my aukat in any case. So so I'm doing this, and these guys shooting. Okay, no, little lower, little one finger up, do that. Okay, hold it, click, and something else, and the movement would click. It was a very slow, methodical process with the crappiest equipment in the world, but he produced magical work. So there's nothing wrong in having the equipment. You can invest in the equipment. Okay, we had one guy at Brooks who, I'm not kidding, bought gold-plated Hasselblads at that time. There was a special edition of the 503, and which was gold-plated limited edition, and he bought that. Seriously, I mean, we couldn't believe it. Yahan khane ke loche, and this guy is buying gold-plated Hasselblads. I'm like, kya baat hai, sir? Ye insaf nahi hai, my lord. So I don't think he took any gold-plated photos, with that gold-plated Hasselblad. So yes, it's nice to have the equipment. It of course helps to take like nice photos, but I'm saying people often ask me what camera should I buy, and I say whatever you can afford, you know. And since I'm on a contract with Nikon, I say whatever Nikon you can afford. So
So, what makes, I mean, we're talking of competition. There's so much of competition today, what we initially spoke about. So, what are those tips for people to stand out of that competition?
So I don't think. I think first of all you have to have some kind of unique style, and your console. Like for example, my really good friend Berman, I think is exploring his own little world out there and doing some stuff, which some of it is great, some of it is strange, some of it is odd, some of it is bizarre. You know, but it's all you can. If you start piecing it together, it looks like it's going in some kind of direction. You know, and I think. You know, that process of exploration of creativity is something that we need to constantly be after, and be focused on doing that, you know, because otherwise what happens is that you know, you end up getting stuck in a rut, and you say, okay, yeah, assignment agi, this I can do in a certain way, and I can nail this in my sleep, you know. And then that's very dangerous because you're never going to evolve then. Now, in the process of what Berman is doing, I mean, some stuff is very ordinary, you know, and some stuff is very interesting. But I know for a fact that, and I can tell you this in writing right now, that it will go down as part of a building block of something that will be fantastic. But that time will come, you know. And if you're not prepared to fall down a bit, you will never learn how to walk. You know,
So that's amazing, Atul, what you said. For you, from photography, you moved into celebrity management, having played, then moved into production, and you've been doing so many things. So how do you really manage your time, and how do you focus? I mean, you onto all these different things together.
So first of all, there's a lot of competent partners in the other verticals that you know are who are managing those things as well. So I come in a lot in the problem-solving areas in key conversations. Otherwise, I trust a lot of people to take the decision if my phone's never off. So if someone has but I delegate a lot with responsibility. So I'm trusting you to be able to take the ball and run. If you're going to drop the ball, just call me before. Then we'll prevent you from dropping the ball. So I think just in terms of a management style, you need to be able to trust people to pull things off.
Right. So we have some, before we close, we have last 3-4 minutes before we close. Should I take cinematography as my profession in today's world? Is an attendee asking.
Yeah, I just said that. I think it's a good idea because I think you will, just from a practical point of view, you will be busy. And if you're a cinematographer, there is no reason for you not to be able to do still assignments as well. But it's a higher technical skill. So if you know that, then this one is like for example, I've done a couple of brand endorsements, you know, for a Mahindra Xylo and for a watch company and for Volvo automobiles, etc. So I've been on the other side of the camera, and twice they had got somebody from abroad who was the DOP, and they all did stills as well.
Right.
But I couldn't do what they were doing. You see what I mean? So I think if you have a higher skill set, then it's certainly useful. यार भूखे नहीं मरोगे एक दिन, you know, बाल बच्चे वगैरह होंगे तो you have to think of these things.
And so I think that's very, very powerful that you're saying that don't only look at photography as a career and have multiple skills and probably do both. So I think it's going to really take, and that's the future today. The moving pictures is more important. So that's been brilliant what you said, Atul. My last question to you is what inspires you to keep doing things today with this entire COVID-19 out there? We all have so much negativity and pressure. So how do you stay off all the negative things?
So I'll tell you the best recommendation I can give to everybody honestly is that, you know, so this might, I don't know, it tends to come as a surprise to people sometimes, but I'm 55 years old. Okay. So
I've been watching your Instagram where you've been losing weight, and I think you've used the lockdown to lose a lot of weight.
No, but here's the thing. So I'm almost 6'3" and I was like 92 kilos, you know, and but I've been a pretty fit 92 kilos. But I could move pretty fast and I could run a bit, and I can certainly lift a lot of weight. I played very good volleyball, etc., etc. Okay, but what I would recommend, that's not the thing. I'm just saying it about 5 years ago I started kickboxing. Okay, and then the kickboxing instructor was very good. He said you need to improve your flexibility, otherwise injury ho jayegi. Okay, because it's a pretty hectic sport now. You're kicking and punching and so on. So I got reasonably decent at that. And then it was taking a toll because I couldn't wake up that early in the morning. We were having a lot of late nights at the film. So I stopped that, but I started doing yoga because I was enjoying the flexibility. My advice to everybody is that when we were doing gym and stuff in the beginning, we always thought yoga was an uncool thing to do. It is the coolest thing in the world to do. And to say I'm not flexible enough to do yoga is like saying I'm too dirty to have a bath. So, if you can reach up to here, that's yoga. In 2 months from now, you might be further and further. I cannot recommend this enough because I think, forget about the fact that I feel like I'm living inside a different body. One, but I feel my mind is calmer. I feel I'm much more compassionate. I feel my patience level, which was very thin, has grown tremendously. And I think I'm a lot more chilled out just in terms of whatever. Otherwise, there was a very short temper and which would come down very fast, but whatever. So I'm just saying, I think a lot of differences have happened to me at various levels, mentally, physically, spiritually, whatever you want to say, thanks to a fairly dedicated yoga practice, and I cannot recommend it enough. I think anybody who would care to listen, ye baat meri sun lo aap.
Absolutely, Atul. I think you've really given a lot of tips and ideas to people. Thank you very much for joining in. Over to Sanchali. I hope our friends who are watching us now got to learn some ideas from Atul, and please make use of all this knowledge because I feel years of experience of Atul is what he's sharing with you, and I really push people to go out there and look differently and think differently. Thank you guys for joining in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Firstly, Atul, there was a lot of learning, I think, which came from whatever little, these small things, big things, all combined into one make a major difference. And I think a lot of students that who have joined us here and everyone else also got a lot of insights, and all these things, whether it's directly related to photography or the peripherals, are going to help them carve a great career for themselves. Thank you very much, Love, for steering the conversation, for bringing in the right questions, and of course, addressing the ones which were coming from the audience. Thank you, both of you, for being a part of the Edutainment Show 2020. Thank you very much. Okay, friends, with our two ace photographers right here and with all this knowledge pouring in, it's time to remind you all that yes, there is still a window of opportunity for you to get that special prize that we have for you. In fact, on one, not two, but three. So 3 lucky winners get a chance to win the Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. All you need to do is register to our 3D virtual expo on the website. The URL is www.edutainmentshow.in. Log in to enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, look for cookies, collect 3 of them, click a picture, send us the screenshot of the same, and all we'll do is on the email ID edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. Lucky winners get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees. Thank you very much, and we will be seeing you shortly.
Ugly. Yeah, that too. I don't like what I see. Okay, let me rephrase that. I hate what I see. I see work for work's sake. I see potential digging itself a nice, comfy little hole. It's almost as if somewhere along the line we decided that this is how the world is supposed to be. People walk past things every single day, and I can't stand the fact that we look but never see. We're all creators, you and I. We're supposed to see things. We can change things, twist form and function, alter perceptions. But the first step to solving any problem is recognizing there is one. Open your eyes and look at the bigger picture. It can be bad, or it can be good. And that is totally up to you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here. We have come to the very last part of the entire day. And even though it is the last part, it is something absolutely brilliant, something very engaging. It's time for an introduction to folk calligraphy. Now, the Bombay Lettering Company is a boutique calligraphy, lettering, and design studio which brings back the love, warmth, and appreciation of handmade and hand-rendered script. Give them your words and they will bring them to life. That is exactly what they say on their website, and you're soon to realize that. We have with us Sanjana Chatlani, who's founder, the Bombay Lettering Company. Sanjana is a calligrapher. She is a lettering artist and designer based in Mumbai, and the founder of course, the Bombay Lettering Company, a boutique calligraphy studio which was created to share her close relationship and love for this art form. What started off as a creative outlet and passion project led her to discover a niche career path for herself. Her clients consist of corporates, brands, event wedding planners, numerous individuals and names like Jimmy Choo, Michael Kors, the Ritz-Carlton, Rolex, Moet Hennessy, Longchamp Paris, and more. She has been the on-site celebrity calligrapher for the functions and weddings like the very big Priyanka Chopra Nick Jonas wedding. For her, calligraphy is not just an art, it's an extension of character. Now, at Bombay Lettering Company, they are here to share with us, along with Sanjana, some of the intricate details, probably some insights, and a major learning as far as folk calligraphy goes. I think I'm going to stop talking and let her take over. Over to you, Sanjana.
Hi, Sanchali. Thank you so much for such a lovely introduction. Hi, everyone, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I think what the team and Edutainment has put together this entire few days is just amazing. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm going to take you through a style called folk calligraphy for the next hour. I promise you it's going to be fun and very exciting. But before that, I want to talk a little bit about the world of calligraphy, what it is we do, and how we can really use words that are actually all around us very, very creatively. So I started the Bombay Lettering Company just as she introduced me and spoke about it being a creative outlet for me. It was something that I would come home from work and just try and doodle and like write out quotes and write out inspirational and motivational words when I would come home from work. And little bit did I realize that it ended up becoming the most therapeutic and meditative thing for me ever. The quote you see over here, let the beauty of what you love be what you do. This is truly what I think resonate with and feel every single day, because it somehow became a passion that I was so in love with. And I realized that calligraphy as an art form is extremely meditative and extremely calming. It's something that makes you disconnect from the world and just focus on things like your posture, the way you're sitting, your paper, your pen, and even your breathing. And that's what really drew me into this world completely. Okay. I think this is something we've already spoken about, just a little bit about what we do. We can move on to the next slide. This too. Okay. A little bit about folk calligraphy. And before I actually talk about folk calligraphy, I'm going to talk about the world of calligraphy. It's very, very vast, and there are tons of different styles and scripts going back to different centuries and different countries and different parts of the world. For me, I think the one thing that sort of resonates with me the most, and the one thing that drew me to this art form, was the fact that we can actually use our hands to express words and communication. With the world we're living in today, everything is so digital and everything is so standardized that we're even making our to-do lists on our phones. Like when was the last time we actually picked up a pen and started writing? Because everything we do is online or digital. So for me, of course, calligraphy means analog, and it means writing on paper and focusing on things that I just mentioned. Within this world, what is calligraphy, if we were to really just simply put it? It's the art of beautiful writing, and that's really what it is. It's an art form that requires a lot of patience, tons of practice, a lot of dedication, I would say, extreme amounts of attention to detail. And my students and my followers on Instagram always know this, because I'm always speaking about going slow, focusing on all those little nitty-gritties and really focusing on the little things you wouldn't ever otherwise focus on. It teaches you how to slow down, and it teaches you how to be calm and patient, and focus on every letter form and every stroke. Now, I would broadly put the world of calligraphy into two parts. One would be called pointed pen calligraphy, and the other could be called broad edge calligraphy. And I will do a little demo after my presentation also. Broad edge calligraphy, as the word suggests, the nib is a broad edged tool. And our very own scripts in India, like Sanskrit and Devanagari, are all broad edge. The pointed pen world is very different. It comes from Europe and America. And it's a beautiful, elegant, light-handed script within that world of pointed pen. Now, some of you may be wondering, what is fork calligraphy? Fork calligraphy is not a separate style. It is a technique. It is a technique to create one of those styles. The word for actually means fake. So actually what we're really doing is imitating or mimicking the shade and hairlines of what a calligraphy nib would have given us. But we're identifying where the thin and thick strokes are meant to be, and we are manually creating those strokes. Now, the reason why we decided to even do fork calligraphy, because of course, we're online. So I'm virtually with all of you. And I do realize that sometimes teaching a very traditional style of calligraphy that requires, the nib, the ink, the paper, can be a bit tricky when you're not in person. So I thought about, what can we do with people online that's easy, that's quick, that's a lot of fun. And I realized that fork calligraphy is one of that. Also, mainly because you don't need any of the fancy calligraphy tools. You can work with some lined paper and a pen or a pencil, whatever you have available with you, and maybe a ruler. So I hope all of you all have a few tools for today, because I'm going to be demoing, but I want you to follow and do it along with me. So I need you to have some ruled paper. I need you to have a pen or a pencil. And if you could grab a ruler, that would be great, because we're going to draw some slant lines. So fork calligraphy is a technique we use to imitate or create the style of calligraphy, as I told you. A style that I do and that's very, very close to my heart is called copper plate calligraphy. Now, this style comes from the 16th, 17th century from Europe, and it was actually a script called roundhand, like English roundhand. So it's a very narrow, elegant style, and I love working with that script. So my fork calligraphy is very much based on that script. I spoke about the tools, and I told you how it's easy to work with because all you need is a pen. But where else do you see fork calligraphy, and why am I stressing on it? Now, when you're using a calligraphy nib, you're very restricted to working on just a paper because the size of the nib is really tiny, and you are limited to working on paper with that nib in that size of maybe 6 mm, 8 mm, 10 mm, whatever it may be. The beauty about fork calligraphy is once you've understood the technique and you've understood the application and the way it works, you have no restriction of size. I've painted walls, I have written on stones, leaves, leather, cloth, you name it. And I will show you pictures of that soon. But before that, I'm going to go over a few rules that I think are a little important. You will be getting some notes as well to keep with you. So don't worry about the terminology. But what I would like to tell you is few things. The first thing is something called guidelines. So if you see the center picture over here, we talk about something called guidelines. There's a line on which all our letters sit on, and that's known as our baseline. I will touch upon this when I start writing also. We then have something above that called a waistline, and the distance between our base and waistline is known as the X height. Now, this X height is the distance and space in which a lot of our letters sit in. We then have our ascender lines. So we have like a mid ascender, or some people call it a first ascender, and then we have our second ascender. So all our letters like H and K and L go up to our second ascender line. And then we have descender lines. So we have a first descender and second descender. And all our descender loops like G and J and Y come all the way down. You'll notice that I have something known as a slant line. There are these slant lines running across my guideline. And that is angled at 55 degrees. because the style that I work with, copper plate calligraphy, is angled at 55 degrees. So it's a relatively steep style and script. But what's important is when you're practicing, you work on these guidelines because they really help build muscle memory. They help you understand things like spacing, alignment, widths, distances, all of it. And it just makes that memory stronger in your mind, and it really helps you work on your pieces when you're eventually doing fair work as well. So guidelines are really important. We have a few golden rules that I like to put down when we're doing calligraphy. So for calligraphy, the number one rule we're going to follow, and this is taking on from copper plate calligraphy, is that every time we go upwards, we follow the concept of thin up. And every time we come downwards, it's a thick down. And I will demo this. So the one thing you want to remember, it's like a mantra: thin up, thick down. Okay? I wish I could have say this with me, thin up, thick down, but I can't hear you guys. So let's stick to thin up, thick down. The next thing you want to remember is follow the shape of the oval. This whole script is based on an oval, and you'll see that when we do the letters also. Maintain rules of the guidelines, which is what I just spoke about. And of course, maintain that slant that I spoke about. The last thing is something I like to work with is when I refer to certain points of your journey while writing, I refer to it in the terms of a clock. So imagine a clock in front of you. And I say, okay, let's start making our stroke thicker at 1 o'clock. Let's start releasing our pressure to make it thin at 7 o'clock. So I'll keep referring to it like a clock so you know exactly which point on that circular part of the oval I'm talking about. The one thing you want to remember is when we're at the absolute top or the absolute bottom, like 12 or 6, it's never thick. It is always thin. Okay? Very easy when we start doing it for sure. And the next thing are basic strokes that I'm going to talk about and take you through. These basic strokes kind of form like a foundation. And they're so helpful because what you'll realize after doing them and after doing the letters is that your letters are nothing but combinations of these basic strokes. I always say you're not writing, you're drawing shapes and connecting those shapes together. And that's really what calligraphy is all about. It's connecting shapes. Okay, can we move on to the next slide? I'm now going to show you guys examples of for calligraphy, of my work where I've used for calligraphy and how useful it really is. Okay, this is called mural. So this is painting on walls. I love to paint on walls, and I've used regular paintbrushes with Asian paints. I stand up on a ladder for a couple of hours. So here's a classic example of how you obviously can't use a nib. So we've taken a paintbrush, created the thin and thick strokes, and gone ahead and painted the walls. Next slide. These are signages. So this is when I letter on surfaces like wood, mirror, acrylic, glass. All these large-scale surfaces are when you move away from your nib and you have to use different sort of tools. Okay, the next slide. Okay, this is something I've just started doing that I really love, and it's called glass engraving. So I have a machine, it's like a high-speed drill, and I can engrave in the glass. And that's exactly what you see over here. Similarly, I have 1 point. So I have to engrave in monoline, which is just the thin strokes. And then I go back and engrave the thickness wherever I need to add it. Next slide. Another few examples of where I've used for calligraphy. So I've used gold markers on all these surfaces, their boxes, their fans. Again, I cannot use a nib, so I have to use markers for these. Next. And here's just a few more examples of where I've used for calligraphy to letter on leaves. These were leaves for a sit-down dinner. The picture next to that, again, were place cards used for a sit-down dinner where I've used cotton rag paper. And I've used a gold marker for that also. I've then done lettering on pouches, which is leather pouches with a marker, on stones and chalkboards as well. All of this is done with markers, chalk, paint, which are, of course, not your nib and follow the rules of for calligraphy. So I hope you understood and can imagine where all you can use your words and where you can use these techniques of for calligraphy. And it doesn't have to be with pointed pen and English. It can even be for Devanagari or Sanskrit or Broad Edge or Roman. As long as you're recreating the shades and I would say letter forms to create what it would look like. Okay, I'm now going to take you through everything I spoke about in terms of the basic strokes as well as our lowercase letters. I don't have too much time to go over everything with you, but what I would like to do is start by talking a little bit about my tools, my guidelines, and how I do the letter forms. I can then just go on from A to Z in lowercase, and you guys can watch or do it along with me. This will be up on social media for you to always come back and watch again. So don't worry about that at all. What I would say is just have fun, get your pens and pencils out, and join me in writing some fun lettering. Okay. When I spoke about the tools and the worlds, this is pointed pen because we have a flexible pointed nib. And this is broad edge because I have a flat broad edge. And this is a straight holder and this is my oblique holder. I know this is technical, but we don't need any of this now. So I'm going to move these away and I'm going to show you what I'm using today. I'm just using some colored gel pens and my ruled paper. Now, if you remember, this was the guidelines we spoke about. And I'm going to just mark them out so that you can also do that in your ruled paper. The best part about using these guidelines is you can use any notebook that you have because all these lines are equally spaced from each other. So we have something known as our baseline that I spoke about. And we have the line above that that's known as our waistline. And as you see, my distance between the two is my X height. So you can create that little X. We then have our first ascender and our second ascender. And I then have my first descender and second descender. Just remember these because they're easy to have and practice with. Let's look at a letter that fits completely inside my X height. A, for example. I'm going to now take a letter that fits from my baseline up to my ascender. So we call these ascender letters. Maybe an H. There are two letters which are actually exceptions that don't go all the way up to the second ascender, but kind of only midway till our first ascender. And that's T and D. I then have my letters that go down to my descenders, like G and Y and J. And I then have maybe just one letter actually that comes down to my first descender, which is the letter P. Now, this is just to show you how we use our guidelines and for you to kind of understand the guidelines. We're now going to start with our basic strokes, and we have 8 basic strokes. Before that, I'm going to show you this thin, thick concept that I spoke about. Now, copperplate calligraphy is being used with this tool over here, which is known as an oblique holder. And my nib is a flexible pointed nib. So when I dip my nib into some ink and I push up with 0 pressure, I get a hairline, which is a really thin stroke. When I press down and apply pressure, my nib actually splits open and I get a thicker stroke. And the whole point of this script is that movement between thin to thick and thick to thin, and the concept of pressure and releasing pressure, applying pressure. We are going to take this concept and create these with our pens. But just to show you, that's exactly what the pointed pen can do for you. It's all about controlling pressure, applying pressure, releasing pressure, applying pressure, releasing pressure. In fact, my teacher always says, think of an upward stroke like an inhale and think of a downward stroke like an exhale. And you can get into this beautiful sort of rhythm of inhaling and exhaling when you're working. And if you find this class exciting, you can always explore the world of calligraphy a bit more and really work with the traditional tools also, because it's super beautiful. Now, I'm going to start with our basic strokes, and we have 8. So I want you to make a note of them. Our very first basic stroke is the thin up. All I'm going to do is push up from my baseline up to my waistline. But I'm not pushing up straight. I'm pushing up at an angle. So if you do have a ruler, you can just sort of, eyeball an angle of close to 50, 55 and draw these slant lines to help you keep yourself in check. If you don't have a ruler, just make sure you're not writing absolutely straight, but you're at a slight tilt. So now these strokes are our thin up, which are in an upward direction. Maybe you can try and get 1 or 2 of the thin ups and move from baseline up to waistline. Our next basic stroke is the thick down. Now, this is where, if I had a calligraphy pen, I would put pressure and get that thick stroke while coming down. But of course, I'm using a ballpoint pen and I cannot get that thickness. So I am going to create that thickness. So if you can see, what I have really done is created a second stroke of thickness. And that is how we create our thick strokes. You can leave it like this, or ideally you can just fill it in. So your thick down should be consistent thickness from top to bottom. And you should have nice flat tops, so flat and flat. So you don't want it to look like, a messy line. You want it to have definition. So in calligraphy, we say squaring our edges, but of course over here, we don't have to square the edges of our nibs. So we just square the corners of the thick down. And remember, we are going parallel to a slant line. Now my next stroke is known as the overturn. And the overturn is a combination of 1 and 2, which is thin up and thick down. I am now starting with my thin up, but I'm taking a U-turn and pulling back down. And I now know that, okay, my shade or my thickness has to be along the downward stroke. I also know, if you guys remember the rule, I said that when I'm absolutely at the top, I don't have any pressure. So I only start adding my thickness at 1 o'clock after I've taken the turn. What you also want to keep in mind for these overturns is that they should be parallel to each other. They shouldn't look like mountains. They should look like U's, but at a slant being parallel to each other. So this is our overturn. My next basic stroke is the underturn, which is the absolute opposite of this, which is thick going into thin. Thick down, pushing back up. And I know that my thickness has to be along the way down, but I have to stop at like 7 o'clock so that I hit the base at very nice thin stroke and then push back up. So again, if you notice, they are parallel to each other. And this is my movement. For my overturn, this is my movement. Always remember, if you see a thin stroke, it had to have been an upward stroke. And if you see a thick stroke, it had to have been a downward stroke. Just make that a rule in your head, thin up, thick down, and you'll not go wrong. My next basic stroke is called the compound curve. Now, the compound curve is actually a combination of the overturn and the underturn. And I will show you what I mean by that. Let's take another color. I'm loving these Pentel gel pens. There's so many colors. I'm going to do this a bit bigger just so that you can see what I'm doing. If this was my overturn, okay, and this was my underturn, I am now combining them. Oops. I'm combining them to get a stroke that looks like this. So I have got an overturn that goes into an underturn. And you want to remember that they are all parallel to each other. So they're all more or less in the same direction. And that's something we have to always keep in mind when we're doing our compound curve. So if we had to do a small one, actually, let's try and do the small one inside our X height, because this is used in a lot of letters. This is my compound curve. Okay. Our next basic stroke is the oval. Now the oval is always, and you need to remember this, in an anti-clockwise direction. So I'm going to do a big one. And I'm going to add my shade along my left side, because as we know, we are coming this way. Remember, your oval shouldn't look like an egg or a fat circle. It should be an elegant oval. And I always tell my students, how do we achieve this oval? Okay, imagine you had two circles stacked one on top of another along that little slant line we keep talking about. My oval is like a pulley that goes around those two circles. So ask yourself, can you fit those two circles inside your oval? This gives you a really nice understanding of how wide your oval needs to be. So the oval is a great, it is one of the most important shapes as well. But getting this shape and practicing this shape is really, really helpful. And your oval actually sets the width of your entire script. So the oval is a very important basic stroke. We have two more basic strokes. Our seventh one is the ascender loop. Oops. And as you know, the letters we spoke about like H and L, they all use an ascender loop. So my ascender loop starts at the waistline. I push up to my ascender line and just pull back down. Now, of course, my downward portion has to have shade. So I'm going to add the thickness. So this ascender line, I started at the waist. It's gone around and it's come down with a straight line. Our last basic stroke is the descender loop. And for the descender loop, we start also at the waistline, but this time we pull down to our descender loop. If you notice, all my strokes are going along these slant lines that I spoke about. And I am adding my shade. And I want you to notice how I'm tapering down. So by the time I'm around here, I've released pressure so that I can hit my main bottom descender line at 0 pressure. So it's like a nice 0 thickness. So it's like a nice thin stroke, and then you push it back and let it go back around. And similarly up here. So on top of my ascender loop, where on my ascender line, it's thin. It's only after I've taken the turn that I start the pressure. So this is kind of how the tapering looks. So these are our 8 basic strokes. If I had to recap, and the reason why I stress on the basic strokes is because you'll realize that when you're actually doing your letters, they're just combinations of these strokes. And if your basic strokes don't come in very well, you'll always feel your letters are looking a bit odd. So memorizing these shapes and understanding the skeleton of them is super important. So we started with our thin up. These are just thin lines going up from our baseline up to our waistline. We then had our thick down, which was in the opposite direction. So we went from waistline, we pulled down till our baseline. We then went back and created that additional stroke and filled it in. And that's how we made it thick. The next stroke was our overturn, which was a combination of the thin up and thick down, as you saw. Few things you want to remember is making sure that they are parallel to each other and that your thin up and thick down have a very smooth and effortless transition. Similarly for the underturn, where we start with thick down and move into thin up. I start with that thickness and I keep tapering it down so that before I hit my base, I'm already at a thin stroke. And then all I'm doing is pushing up really, really thin. We then came up to our compound curve, which was a combination of these two. So as you saw, I connected my overturn and underturn to make them one stroke. And this is known as our compound curve. And this is a really important stroke. And what you always want to keep in mind is the fact that all the 3 lines are parallel to each other. I then have the oval that we spoke about, which is one of our very important strokes as well. Always remember, you don't want your oval to be too wide or too fat. It should be nice and narrow. And we always move in an anti-clockwise direction with the shade or the thickness, literally, I would say, from 11 to 7. Here to here. The rest of it is more or less just hairlines or thin strokes continuing to complete the oval. We then had our last 2, which were our ascender and descender loops. And you want to always remember, you start at the waistline, you push up, come down. And for our descender loop, we also start at the waistline, but we pull down, take a turn, and push back up. Now, these are our 8 basic strokes. I'm now going to start with the letters, and I'm just going to go through A to Z that you can watch me do or follow along. I'm going to be using these combinations of these basic strokes, and you'll see how I do that. The best part is that I always say this, that sometimes when I'm writing a word, I don't even think of the letters, but I'm thinking of the shapes in my mind. And you'll realize if you do calligraphy or lettering that you will forget spellings. Very, very simple words, but you'll forget spellings because spellings are actually is the least of your priorities because you're stressing on so many other things. So it's very natural to forget spellings of words. Okay, I'm now going to start with all our lowercase letters. I'm going to go from A to Z, breaking it down in terms of these basic strokes that we spoke about. I'll then try and end, if we have some time, I'm going to try and end by showing you connections and how you can form words eventually with these 4 calligraphy letters. Okay, I'm going to try and get this a little higher up so my hand doesn't. Okay, my A is nothing but an entry stroke, an oval, and an undertone. We have this stroke called an entry stroke. You must be wondering that, okay, Sanjana, we haven't done this. This is more like a connector stroke. It's a stroke that connects all our letters when we're writing words. So my A now is just entrance, oval, undertone. My oval has decided how wide my undertone will also be. Because if you had an oval that was this wide, your undertone can't be this much. It just doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. So whatever width you choose for the oval, that's pretty much the width you then decide to use for all your strokes. That's why the oval is really important. And if you notice, I am making sure that all my strokes are following the same angle. So entrance plus oval plus undertone gives me my A. Just gonna adjust this. The B now, if you notice, is an ascender loop. So if I had to help you and give you an order and a direction to follow, now for my B, I start with an entrance stroke. I then add my ascender loop. And this ascender loop goes into an undertone. And now all that I'm adding is a little exit stroke. So entrance, ascender loop, undertone. And of course, I'm adding my shade. And the more you practice, they'll come to you so easily and so naturally. I now can't even write in normal handwriting. I think I'm always writing in this style, even if I'm using a regular pen to write like a grocery list. The C is very simple. It's just the entrance stroke plus the shape of an oval, but you won't close the oval.
So Sanjana, every letter, does it have an entrance, like an entry stroke and an exit stroke?
So see, when we're writing a word, for example, they're all connected. The only thing is that we should get into the habit of adding that entry stroke in so that it just becomes like, very natural for you to have that entry and exit stroke. Okay. Because now, for example, if I had to connect an A and a C, what I would do is A's exit becomes C's entrance.
Ah, I see.
It's like a connector stroke. But there are a few different kinds of connections, which we'll look at.
Right.
So I like to use my entrance stroke even when I'm practicing and writing, because it just sort of helps you set that in your mind. The D is very similar to the A. We start with the same strokes, entry, oval. And now instead of just doing the undertone, I'm starting with a thick downward stroke slightly higher, bringing a thick down and connecting that into the undertone. So this now gives me the D. And I'm going back in and adding my shade on all my downward strokes. So this is my direction. These are the number of strokes. E, pretty similar to C. I'm going to start with an entrance, move into the C but closing it in. So this makes my E. And of course, I'll add my shade along the left downward portion. You'll realize it's like a puzzle. It's like just combining all these different shapes and structures together. The F is an entrance stroke, an ascender loop, and now this ascender loop comes all the way down till my first descender. And of course, I need a stroke that exits out to connect to the next letter. So my F looks like entrance, ascender loop, coming down, exit. And if you notice, it's really straight. It's a straight line. And I'm bringing my shade in. A lot of people don't color in the shade. It has a nice effect to it also. So if you want, you can leave it like this without coloring as well. The fun part about for calligraphy. There's so much you can do and so much you can play with. While I'm showing you a more traditional style of calligraphy, you can do a more playful, modern style where you can break all these rules. But I think what's important is that you learn the rules so that you know how to break them and you can break them smartly. That's all what modern calligraphy is all about. You see so many people doing modern calligraphy today. But it's the main rule everyone follows, even for modern, is thin up, thick down. And then they break all the other rules. Now, G starts just like my A and D. I'm taking a thin up as my entrance. I'm making my oval. But now I'm going into my descender loop. Adding my shade. I feel adding shade just makes it look more appealing. You don't have to. You can leave it in monoline. Monoline means in a single line as well. It's not necessary that you have to add your shade. The whole idea is we are mimicking a style of calligraphy that has the concept of the shade.
And is there any rule to shading?
The shading is exactly what I said, along the downward portion.
But you can shade whatever part of it, like following the rule?
Yeah, following the rule. So supposing I were to do, I'll just do a bigger A over here. Okay. I know that my shade has to come along this portion.
Yeah.
And I know that my shade has to come along this portion. Keeping the rules in mind. What were my rules? Rule number 1, they are in a downward direction.
Right.
I fulfilled that rule.
Right.
Rule number 2 is that this top and this bottom cannot be thick. They have to be thin. So they are thin. And this in my underturn, the bottom has to be thin as well. And I fulfill that. So I am making sure that my shade is never on the top or bottom, but it's only along the either side of whatever the stroke is.
Got it.
So that's what you want to keep in mind, that you're just following those rules of, okay, there's thickness, but how much thickness do I add? Where do I stop? Where do I start? This should help you when you tell yourself that if I'm approaching the bottom, I have to remember that before I hit the bottom, I have to release or get rid of all the thickness. So I have to make sure it tapers down to an absolute thin stroke so that I can now go into my thin.
But you can choose whichever side you want to shade, right? Like the side you want to choose, like whether I want to do
that depends on the letter forms. Like in the letter A, your thickness has to be along the left because that's the direction of your oval.
Got it.
In the letter D, your thickness is along all these sides because those are the downward strokes. So the more you practice, you'll understand what the downward direction of the letters are. Remember, we're not writing, we're drawing shapes. So the direction in which you draw is important. Okay, I have 15 minutes. I want to try and finish all the letters. So I'm going to continue. Follow along or watch, whatever you prefer. This is more or less to show you how we combine these shapes. So this is now where I use my compound curve in the H. So I'm going to take my entrance, my ascender, and my compound curve. I'm going to go back in and add the thickness on all the downward strokes. So this is also why I give you the arrows and the numbers, because this should, kind of make you understand the direction you go in. And then when you follow this direction, you have to put the thickness on the downward strokes. I is very simple. It's just an underturn with our entry stroke. So we get entrance, underturn, add our thickness, and create the dot. Now the J is just our G, but without the oval. So I'm going to start with an entrance and go directly into my descender loop. K, similar to the H, we start in a similar fashion. So we start with our entrance. We then create the ascender loop, come down and stop at the base. I'm now going to make a little, maybe comma of sorts, and then go back into the concept of the compound curve. But if you notice now, for my K, I've not done the entire compound curve. So if this was my compound curve, I have eliminated this part and just started from here. And I have ensured that all these lines are parallel to each other. The whole point of doing for calligraphy of a particular script, like pointed pen or copper plate, is that you're following the rules of that traditional style. And this style that I do is a very narrow script. It is a narrow style, and it is something that has a lot of elegance, a lot of ovals, a lot of, it's very light. And that's kind of how this style even works. L is just like B, but without the exit. So I'm going to add my shade here. And remember, you should be able to see this as an undertone. You should be able to spot your basic strokes within a letter. M and N are pretty similar to each other. We start with our entrance. We move into a thick down. Okay, I think we have some questions about books. I'll definitely answer those as well. We then have an overturn and a compound curve. So this gives me ensuring that I have equal spacing more or less. Why there are first and second ascenders and descenders? Why can't we only have one? Okay, so the question about the first and second ascenders and descenders, and I'll show you why we have that when we come to a letter that uses a first ascender. My N is literally 1, 2, and 4 of what my M was. So now, if I had to create my N, the O is just our oval with an exit stroke. So, entrance, oval, exit stroke, add our shade where we have to add the shade. Now P is where I create a downward stroke that's only till my first descender. This is where we use our concept of first descenders. And I have the compound curve. So thickness along this and thickness along this. So here's your example of a first descender and where you use it. Q, very similar to G, but instead of creating a descender loop, we create a loop that goes out. And add our shade. Okay. My R starts with an entrance that goes pretty high. I pull down and then go into an undertone. The S is very similar to the R. We start the same way and then we come down. This is a different stroke. We haven't really done this stroke. So I feel this is one of the few strokes you'll feel are different. The T is now an example of where we don't go up all the way to our main ascender line, but we stop midway. So I have entrance, thick downward, coming into undertone. If you notice, this is my last stroke of the D. There's so many similarities between all these letters. The more you look at them, the more you practice them. So this is the T. The U is simple. It's just two I's put together. I'm ensuring that they are all parallel to each other. The thins and thicks are visible and different from each other. They're all, very neat and narrow and nice. My V starts like a compound curve, but I just take it out. And then I have an exit. I'm now going to come to W, X, Y, and Z. The W is actually very similar to the U. I'm just repeating and repeating. And when you practice, and the more you practice, you'll be like, oh yeah, this is just A plus B or A plus B plus C. And this makes so much sense. The X is like a C and a mirror image of a C. So it's mirror image plus C. And now I'm combining them and adding a little thickness along that. The Y, very similar to, I would say it's an I and a J. So this gives me and I'm adding my shade. The last letter, my Z, doesn't really consist of any of the basic strokes, but it's just like a small, like a question mark inside my X height, followed by a larger loop. And when I combine them, it looks like this. Ensuring that they're along the slant, there is the shade along the downward strokes. I like to imagine that I had two ovals, so a small oval inside and a bigger oval in the bigger stroke. And this kind of helps you understand the shape of what that letter is. So I know we went through this quickly, but you can always rewatch this. This is really just how I go from A to Z in for calligraphy and how we combine all our basic strokes. Now, when you connect your letters, there are lots of ways, and most of them are very, very simple connections. So, you will have a simple connection where the exit and the entrance of two letters are exactly the same. You may have a slightly different or trickier approach when the next letter starts on the top, like a V or an X. Then you extend your exit stroke all the way. We may have another instance where the exit stroke of the first letter ends on top and the next letter starts at the bottom. So we find a way to connect them. So the whole point is understanding your connections and spacing. I have some e-workbooks that if you had to take a look at, have a lot of drills and exercises for this. But the only thing I would say is the more you practice, the more you'll understand things like spacing, distance, heights, and your eye is the best judge. You know, if your eye says that, okay, this looks off, or this looks a bit too thick, or this looks a bit too thin, go with it, because your eye should always be able to tell you the truth. And honestly, it's just practice. A lot of times I get questions and my answer to my students are, it's just practice. Because it really is. It's just that dedicated practice to kind of, you know, figure out what the strokes are, what the thins, the thicks, the angles, the positioning. And then when you do it and you get the hang of it, it's really simple, it's really meditative, it's really calming. That was my not so great attempt at a thank you. But few rules, just those few rules, keep them in mind and you will most definitely be able to get it. And the more you practice, the better you get. The more you enjoy it, it may lead you to want to sort of, you know, explore various styles of calligraphy also. This was a really, really quick demo, crunched into like 40 minutes, but I hope that helped. And I hope you get a little gist of what this world is all about. Sanchali, did you try it as well?
Yes, if I could show it to you, I will show you. I have been trying it on all the pages.
That would be great.
Or I told you I was serious about this. See, I couldn't get the last one to do it, but I am a fan of calligraphy. There are a lot of questions which are coming in. Would you want to address one or two before we?
No, I'd love to.
Yes,
Okay.
so we'll just take one. I think just 2 minutes right here. Quickly, any books you recommend for this, Sanjana?
So there's a great book by an author called Eleanor Winters. Yeah. You can just check on Amazon. She has a very good intro book to copperplate calligraphy. There are some great artists you want to follow. So I just got 2 really cool books by 2 lettering artists. One is called Jessica Hish and the other is Martina Floor. They both have great books on lettering, which are really nice. In terms of calligraphy, the Eleanor Winter book is great. There are some phenomenal calligraphers you'd like to follow, like all the master penmen that there are. Look at them, check them out. A lot of them have books also, and you can find their books and you can, you know, buy them if you like them.
Great. And just one more question. People want to know, do people still love calligraphy? I can tell you as an outsider who's not into it, I love it. But
honestly, when I started doing this professionally, so many people were like, how can you make a career out of this? Are you crazy? But it surprised me to see how many people value a handwritten letter or a handwritten piece, because it adds that human touch, it adds emotion, and it's not a font that's printed. And, you know, my clients are so creative. They'll come up with the most amazing ideas. And I'm like, why didn't I think of that? And it's amazing to see how many people want to use it. It's coming back. I definitely think it's like a trend. It's coming back and people are valuing and appreciating hand-done work.
Well, I would definitely appreciate a handwritten letter more than the one which is printed out, though that might be much easier. It shows, you know, how much warmth and effort goes into it.
It's effort, it's the time taken, and it's the emotion when you get a handwritten letter. So hopefully, you know, what you're going to do now, and everyone watching is going to at least write a really sweet letter to anyone you love with a little bit of folk calligraphy you learned today.
Well, love for calligraphy, and thank you. The way it is written right here, I'm going to try and practice that, and maybe send out a few thank you notes. The first one probably, which might not look that great, will be out to you, Sanjana.
I would love it.
Thank you very much. It couldn't have been a better way to end this entire day. A special thanks to Sanjana for joining us here, for taking us through this workshop. These letters are like so much fun. You can play with them, create whatever you want to. Rest is up to you. And of course, it's a whole world out there. So keep learning. And thank you once again, Sanjana, for joining us here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, all the students who have joined us here, this brings us to the end of day 6 of the Edutainment show. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here. Well, it has been a great day, a lot of learnings, very insightful sessions, and we hope that you all enjoyed the same. Do leave us a comment here and there so we know what you want. And as we say, want to end it on this note, anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. The greatest thing in life is to keep your mind young. That's what Henry Ford said. And so keep learning and be young always. For what's going to happen tomorrow, we have this entire Edutainment show going on till the 20th. For tomorrow's schedule, all you have to do is just look on your screens right now. And this is your host for the day, Sanchali Arora, signing off, wishing you a lot of great learnings and a great couple of days ahead with the Edutainment show. Thank you.